So, um, hello people. My name is Kashif, and welcome to the very first hackathon on this channel. And I'm calling this thing as the launch weekend hackathon, which means we have to take an idea, build something in 48 hours, and release it in public within this weekend. So we are about to start, let's say at 11:20 or 11:30 a.m. This is Japan time, but wherever you are, you will basically start around Friday night. And the goal is that you will pick an idea, right? You have anything that you want to build on your own. You will pick an idea, build something, some small proof of concept, prototype, and then you will release it in public within the next 48 hours. So by the end of Sunday night, you should have something live and running. Yeah, so I'm kind of excited. The goal with this thing was to force people to build something on their own and to release it in public, right? And I'm gonna do it as well. So if you are interested in this kind of thing, please join me, and we can build something. So for the first idea that I have to do, and you might have your own idea. You will work on your stuff. For me, Dane from the other stream suggested that I should build the hackathon website itself as my first idea, right? So I'm gonna do that, and so let's just get going. And I will share my screen. And the first thing I would like to do is to have some kind of counter, because is there any like countdown timer online? Is there some kind of like this thing? No, not this one. Nope. So let's say, what's the date today? 29, and we want to go up to 31st. So 31st month would be August. Oh yeah, 2020. Hour would be, let's say 11 a.m. 0000. Location of event, that is Tokyo, Japan. Okay, create the countdown. That is great. And let me copy this, and I'm gonna go to my OBS and maybe put like an overlay. How do I do this? Browser. Countdown. And I can say, go to this one. And what else? Okay. And if I'm not wrong here, maybe that will get confusing. So I want this bigger and slightly like that. And I'm just setting this thing to give myself 48 hours. I will not work any more than this time. And I hope you will be honest with yourself, and you will also finish something within 48 hours and not work anymore. Okay. So let's put this thing here, maybe. Okay. So yes. Okay. So I have about 1 day and 23 hours and 35 minutes and 5 seconds to build a hackathon website, right? And let me also open my notepad, and let's clear some things. And I'd like to build, idea is build the hackathon site in 48 hours. And yep, that is it. So let's keep this thing here, and I will just work on it. So if someone is watching and you want to take part in this thing, please, you can. Like, there's no restriction, there are no rules. You just have to build something and release it in 48 hours. The countdown is there, and just get started. So I'm gonna get started. The idea was that I want to build this hackathon website itself, and my image is that this site will basically show like a big countdown for every next event. And our goal is to do this kind of event every month. The last weekend of the month will be the hackathon event. And I want to show like a countdown timer, and then below that you can log in and you can submit your idea, like the thing that you want to work on. And then we can see all the people who are actually working on something this month, right? And you know what, let me draw this thing first, and then I can reflector 3, come on. So let's mirror this thing. 81, 82. Okay, I think I'm like, okay. So here's the image, right? This thing will be like a hackathon site, right? And then here I will have, let's say, 1 0 0 25, whatever, like a big timer. And then of course you can log in and submit your ideas, whatever. And then as well there will be like current projects or whatever, people working on this thing, right? And hey Panda, I can't start yet, just remember that I have class until 3. Well, then you can start at 3 p.m. once you are done. I'm starting now and I have my own timer, so you should put your own timer and release something in 48 hours. And when you do it, please let me know, because I will put your project on this website that I'm making, right? Okay, so yeah, the idea is then you will have like many projects here. Let's say there will be image, name, whatever, and other people working on projects, and some of them might actually be live streaming. Hey Clark. And yeah, while you're here, that's a good point I wanted to say, is that I was thinking of using that.us. Clark from Unspecified Software is working on this thing. Oh, I logged in. Yes. Yeah, so I was thinking that if someone wants to like have an office hour kind of thing where they're working on a project and they need some help, I muted the stream in okay, yeah, so the idea was that if people who are working on their own projects, they need some kind of help, we can set up maybe like a session here. And let me create a session while I'm here. How would you like to chat about launch weekend hackathon? This is a monthly launch hackathon. Clark, can I like update the chat description later? I think I can, right? Where we pick an idea and build and release it in 48 hours, not 49 hours. Yeah, so the goal, I was thinking that we can set up this kind of office hour, and on that.us, you can create these virtual conference rooms, and then people can like talk to each other in that. So if anyone who wants to participate in this thing, they want to like ask questions, I mean, whatever I can help, I will. And if there's someone else in the stream or the conference talk who can help you, we will all help each other. So let's do this. And select the day. This is Saturday is fine. Select the time, 12 p.m. is fine. Estimated duration, I'm gonna keep it at about 5 hours for now. Yeah, so basically this is my session, which is hosted on that.us. And if you have any question, you can come and join me in 24 minutes, and then we can talk about it. And if you have any questions about like architecture or cloud, how do you release something in public, then we can do that. Meanwhile, I'll start working on my own project website, and I can just work on this thing as well. So yeah. Actually, group threw up a hack night for in a week just a few hours ago. Love it. Okay, cool. Nice. So yeah, I mean, if anyone is interested in like having the call, like an office hour or help session, I'm open for that. Meanwhile, let's work on the first thing, which is I have to buy a domain to release this thing, and I hope I can find some kind of decent domain for this. I was thinking more like launch weekend, but I'm sure it's not available. Oh, okay, other group, yeah. Launchweekend.dev. Yeah, so I saw that this one was fine, so maybe I'll take this. Launchweekend.com is too premium, and I don't think I can afford that much on this project right now. So maybe I'm gonna take the cheaper one, launchweekend.dev. How about that? Any other suggestions for? So yeah, the idea was that in this website we will have this kind of thing, and maybe I will show some other projects, and some people will be live streaming, so we can have like a Twitch link there and there, so that people can see who's working on some project, and then we can go there. Yep. Okay, so for now I'm gonna just buy the domain launchweekend.dev and then work with this. If this is a bad domain, maybe I'll in future change the name. Okay, I guess I'll have to do it on the other side. Let me do it. Login, Namecheap. Launch weekend. Come on. View item. And that is checkout. One year is fine. Sign in and continue. I gotta use my OTP code, so let me get my authentication. Where's my Namecheap? Okay, so I'm gonna buy this one, and let's just work on this. Pay now. Payment authorized. We are processing. Launchweekend.dev. Yeah, I think I got it. So launchweekend.dev. This is not available yet, but let's. Okay, I guess I have to verify some stuff. And okay, I have done all the authentication. I'm off to bed. Good luck. I'll log in tomorrow. Yep. Have a good night and see you tomorrow. Okay. So I got the domain, and the next thing is let's put in some basic like a countdown on a website so that we have some place where people can go, and then we will build on top of it, right? So I'm gonna use Netlify because I've always used that. Or you know what? I think instead of using Netlify, I can use Next.js with Vercel for this thing, because yeah, you know what? Let's use Vercel, this one. And before I can do that, I need to start a new project. So let's go to projects. We will start absolutely new project, and we will say launch weekend, cd launch weekend, and let's open some Next.js docs to like create the new project. And how do I get started? Quickly npm install. Okay, yarn init-y yarn add next react. Wait a minute, I thought there was this create next tab. Okay, I think there is. So rm package.json. Okay, let me just do this. We can say launch weekend yarn create next app, and it will hopefully do all the work for us. And let me also set up like a repository for this thing so that we can deploy. And I'm gonna make like a new repository here. Let's call this thing launch weekend. It's public. Yep, let's make it open source. Choose a license, whatever. MIT, I guess. Public, whatever. Okay, good. And then, okay, code. What is your launch weekend? Okay, keep going. I only have 2 days to build the site and release it. And I understand that people might not be able to use this hackathon site for the first hackathon. That's why I keep on saying that there are no rules for this particular month, and just take 48 hours and release something on your own. And maybe from next month onwards, when we will have this website ready, then you can, you know, use it to track your progress and whatever. Okay, what happened here? It went inside the thing. Okay, anyways, let's go to this one. CD launch weekend. That's good. And okay, so then I can do git remote add this thing. Let's do git remote add origin that, and then git pull origin master. Okay. Yeah, I have to git push that f. Okay, git push dash f dash dash set upstream origin master to force push this thing. I guess I'll have to remove the license and then push again later. So yeah, I'll put the license later. Okay, but we have a project working right now, so let's go and quickly release it on public stuff. So then let me open Vercel, and what we will say here, oh, I'm on a different team. Let me go to my personal team, and I have some crappy projects. Let me import a Git repository, URL of the Git repository. Okay, so the URL is this thing. Continue. Uh-oh, I guess I'll have to log in. Oh yeah, I need to like give them permissions. Cool. Continue again. This time it will work. Yep, launch weekend. Next, it's whatever. That's good. Everything is good. Let's keep going. And I hope Panda seems to be muting the stream. Cool. Please do pay attention in your class as well. Don't slack off on your classes. Come on. Okay, so the site is deployed. Yay, look at the confetti. Okay, so we have this thing deployed on Vercel, and then I can open the dashboard, go to settings, go to domain. Let's put in launch weekend.dev, invalid configuration. I think I'll have to change the do I need to, you know what, let's change this thing. So when I want to add a domain, I have to like set up, if you want to use a domain in Vercel or Zeit, you have to replace your current DNS name server with these things. So let me just copy this, and I'm gonna go to my Namecheap thing, and this is probably, it kind of looks like this, and this is set to Namecheap basic DNS. What we have to do is custom DNS, and then you paste this, and I think you have to remove that, put that thing there, and then you click this button, and that's it. It will take, I would say, about 5 minutes or so, but I think, yep, it takes some time. So let's wait, and come on. Didn't I save it? NS1 Vercel. Come on. Launch weekend.dev. Domains, refresh. I did this, and now it's unreachable, so I'm sure they're doing some settings. So let's wait for that. Launch weekend.dev. Okay. Anyways, this will happen on its own, so we don't have to worry about this. But let's go to the first thing that I want to do is to have this kind of okay. So my image was that I want to have at least something on the page so that people can know that this kind of hackathon is going on, and just to give them some basic rules, right? And how much time is left, what they can do or whatever. So at least I want this kind of like the title of what we are, like launch weekend, right? And then we will have this kind of countdown timer, and this login probably does not exist at this moment, so ignore that. Current project does not exist, but we can still have like FAQ here saying what this thing is about. So let's just do these three things first. Okay. And I hope this thing is done. Okay, it's gonna happen. Let's not worry about this right now. Come on. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This you can remove. Let's put launch weekend.dev. Okay, this is fine. So let's start this project, and we will say yarn dev, next dev, that's good. And then we go to localhost. Oh, I'm sure the next dev needs to use port 8000, because yeah, my port is already in use. Yarn dev, keep going. Okay, ready. Let's see. What? Localhost, come on. Yes. So we have this thing now, and now I like to use Tailwind CSS because it's a bit better for my workflow. So I still need to install that, but other than that, you know what? Let's do that first. Mono, or it's more like this, mono podcasts, and I think I'm gonna use this Tailwind CSS. I'll just copy it from the other place. This is not cheating, you know. You're allowed to tailwind.config.js. You're allowed to copy paste code from anywhere you want. And post css.config.js, paste that thing there. What else? Config.js. Okay, I might need that. Config.js, paste that thing there. And this thing will be launch weekend.dev, kind of like this. What else? Styles, index.css. Let's copy all of that into and then pages app. Okay, this looks fine to me. What else? Pages. Is there anything else I have to copy? I don't need to copy anything else. And then we just see, so just Tailwind. Okay. And then we can just install yarn package.json, yarn add -d, add Tailwind CSS / typography, and add Tailwind CSS / UI, and then post CSS preset env and Tailwind CSS. I think all these things. And I also forgot, because I'm not using Twitter, some people actually mentioned that I should tweet and let people know that we are starting our very first launch weekend hackathon. Join us and build something in 48 hours. Info here. Let's put like twitch.tv. This is probably my first tweet in Kashif. Okay, just tweet it. That's fine. So, let's see if everything goes fine. What else? App, global, that's fine. API, you can remove that. Styles. Head. Okay. So yeah, we have this thing ready. And come on, please. The website needs to be live. Hey, look at that. I think the launch weekend this thing works. So I just need to push a new change. Come on. This thing is not working for some reason. Nope, even that is not working. Anyways. Okay, this will work eventually. Okay, let's keep going. The first goal is to make, let's fix launch weekend, right? And then we will say welcome to launch weekend.dev and launch weekend hackathon. You know, because it's a hackathon, we can say that. And how about this? We make it super big. Text 4XL or 6XL. Oh, maybe that's too big. 4XL. And font bold. And you don't need welcome to, because you know where you are. You don't even need that. Okay. That is great. Let's put text center on it just to be lazy. Put this thing there. That's great. And you know what? Text 6XL. That's maybe too big. Okay. And let's put some kind of blue 600 on this thing just to be fancy. 500? No, 600 was fine. Okay. Launch weekend hackathon. And I have to put like a counter here. Let's say to do countdown timer. Okay, we will do that. What's next? We can remove this completely. We don't need that. Powered by. I don't have powered by yet. Let's do that. What else? So one thing we need to do is countdown timer. Next thing is description of this thing. And how about this? Rules, or more like not rules, FAQ, frequently asked questions. So these are the three things that we need. I think the first thing that I would handle is countdown timer. So I need to check React countdown timer, React countdown. Let's copy every library and just use them. How do you use that? Date to now. Live demo. Yes, I'd like to see the live demo. No, this is not what I want. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. Create an empty project, create counter. let's see. I'm gonna just swipe someone's code app.js. Calculate time left. There should be a better way to do this. There should be a better way to do this. React countdown to future date timer. React countdown. Let's see. Countdown to future date. Oh, I like this. Okay, so this shows something like this. Can I customize it? Get initial state, props are given date, update. Okay, it's just a function. Today. Okay, yeah, this is exactly, I think, what we want, right? We want to show kind of MS-Diff. So let's do that here. We will say const end time equals new date. What can I say? Okay, I'm so bad at JavaScript dates. Just date in time zone. How to initialize in a particular time zone. Okay. Okay, JST to UTC. Come on, convert something. So what I want is, let's say 31st, somewhere around 10 a.m. will be 11 a.m., 1 a.m. on Monday. Okay. So, oh, because it's plus 9 hours, that's it? Is that all I have to do here? Like, what if I just create this kind of thing? New date. And I can say const end time equals this. And I can say August 31st, 2020. Let's say 1. Can I do like 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, and is it GMT? JST versus GMT? Or what I really want is JS date time initialize with ISO with UTC. How do you do that? With time zone mostly. JST versus GMT. So I think JST is plus GMT plus 9. So okay. So this thing is, let's say, no, it's 0 because I'm trying to be on UTC, right? So let's see if this thing actually works. So if I just put like an h1 here, end time to ISO string, can I do that? Okay. And so if I say toString, this will hopefully give me my locale, if I'm not wrong. Oh, I'm on the wrong place. Yeah, okay. So I think this looks okay. because you can see that even though I gave like an absolute time, you get the date based on where you are. So I'm getting it like this, right? And what I have to do now is to just say now I have the end time and I should have the current time, const current time equals, let's say, new date, right? And can I like print, can I print what I would like to say is that based on that time, or more like this, end time minus current time, what does this print? This much in milliseconds. And date minus date.js, what does this thing give? Okay, what if I do this, more like this, and then dot to string? How about this? To ISO string, can I? ISO string doesn't exist because I think it does not return a date object, that's why. JS date from milliseconds. Okay, const diff equals new date diff of course, because this thing is the duration, seconds to duration online converts, come on, that many days. I think this thing is in milliseconds, so 1 day 21 hours. Okay, Spotify, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah, so I think this is correct. So JS date from millisecond, how to convert this thing? You can see how bad I am with new date milliseconds. Really? To ISO or I think I'm gonna need the date FNS thing, so let's import that. Let's close yarn add date FNS. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. yarn dev. Okay. And then date fns countdown. Is it called date left, date right? Is it difference? Distance. Okay. Distance to word. Okay, I think I can do this. Import distance in words to now from date fns. Is that right? And then I can say, let's print distance word to now. Let's print end time. Okay, and see what this thing prints. What did I do? Distance in words to now. What did I say? Distance in words to now. What? I thought that's how we import stuff. What did I do wrong here? Distance in words to now. Distance in word is not exported from date fns. Am I importing the right thing? Didn't I just do yarn add date fns? Distance in words to now is not exported from date fns. Format. Yeah, you annoy me. Documentation. This is called format distance. Why? At least give me a deprecation warning or something. Why do I have to go to Google to find this thing out? And even this. It's called format distance. Okay. Format distance, base date, date.now. I think new date probably. New date like that. This thing work? 2 days. That does not help me. Includes seconds. Includes seconds. Okay. Include seconds to true. Basically that. Hey, Z49, what's up? days. It is still not good. You followed through your promise? Okay. Did you fix the hard problem of your Korean app and stuff? Yeah, sure. Why not? CodePen, let's see. Okay. Oh wow, looks nice. Okay, what am I looking at? Did you does this thing work? Okay. Hey, look at that. These things are actually clickable. That is good. How did you do this? Let's see. You clicked created on click and inside every span. That is good. And clicked words. One thing I did find after you left the chat, I found one thing that can actually help you slightly, and that is maybe, I'm not sure, can we do like document in this thing? Can we print console.log document here? Yeah, I think we can, right? So what I found is that you don't have to put click listener on every span if you're clever. Maybe this is something you can experiment a bit more. So for example, I can say document dot on click. Is it called document on click? I think this is called, yeah. Okay. Okay, so what I was saying is that this thing, document dot on click equals to, you can, let's say, function, right? Let me write this kind of thing. And then if you print e.target, what you will notice is that if I click on something, do you see I get this thing? I'm not sure if you can see this, but that I get this print. Oh, maybe you cannot see this, right? How do I remove this thing? Let me remove this. Maybe now you can see, right? And what's happening here is that because document.click is like a global listener which can track every click on your document, you don't have to put this click listener on every single span. You know what I mean? Are you following me? And the reason, I don't think it's a performance thing, but the benefit of this thing is that you don't have to, let's say, put this on click here. Because let's say I even remove this thing from this one, right? And because it has an ID here, now if I click this thing, nothing happens. Oh, where did I? Maybe I should go at the top. I think this is the one that you said, right? Let me remove this thing. It's probably the same. So if I click this, nothing happens, right? Your click listener is not implemented. So yeah, you do need to keep the ID, because by keeping the ID, now what I can do is, let's say I print this, you can see I have the ID. So if I print dot, if I just print E, you will see that this is actually an event, and inside this event there are some really fun stuff, like there is this thing called, I'm not sure if you can see this, but yeah, e.target, and target has an ID, class list. Oh yeah, see, target. Okay, here's the thing. e.target.id, and then that means if I did you notice we don't even have a listener on this thing, but if I click it, you can print the ID. So here, without adding any listener to any of the span, you can track any word you want. So I would recommend, this is more simpler, and I feel like this is like an easy solution. Just put the on click on whatever the parent container is. It doesn't have to be on document actually. It could be on this convo container list, or it could be on document as well. Yeah, and you just keep the span. Yeah, you're right. So get the target ID and just store it. Yeah. And also, I was thinking is that technically you don't even need the ID. You know what I mean? I mean this thing. Do we really need it? I'm just wondering. Do we need it? If I just print, let's say this, what I get is this kind of thing, and it has the source element, it has the target, which is good. But if I can find the inner text, first child data, look at that. So basically, if I say e.target.inner text, you know what I mean? You know where I'm going right with this thing? Look at that. You see, I'm printing this inner text, and I don't even need an ID. So basically, I can remove this ID thing from here completely, and now you have, that's it. So you can see I'm getting the text from inner text. So as long as you wrap your words inside the span, you can get it from inner text. So you don't even need ID. So that's good. So yeah, here you go. I mean, did I just edit your own stuff, or is that safe with you? I hope that's safe, right? I don't know how to use CodePen. Is that thing already saved for you, or do I have to like share it with you again? What's the deal here? Okay, so I can close this, right? And I'm sure, I hope you copied this kind of thing. Okay, great. I'll close this. So yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a much more cleaner option for you, and then you can just start tracking everything. And while you're here, let me tell you that we are doing this hackathon thing. I'm sure you saw the timer on the left. So if you are interested and you have free time over this weekend, please work on this thing, your project, and then try to release it in 48 hours. We have about 1 day and 22 hours left. So the end of next, what is it? Probably for you, it will be Sunday night, I think. So by Sunday night, work on this thing, finish it, and release it in public, and then send us the link so we can check out your stuff. Okay. So yep, that's it. Awesome, great. And I was also looking into this. This is also the one that Clark is making on unspecified software, and they have this. I have this session called, it's on that.us. So on this platform, you can actually talk to someone. So if you need like help, or if you need to like have a call or something, we can have this thing here. Not right now. Yeah. So yeah, basically we can use this kind of conference, live conference, for calling stuff. So if you need any help and you need like a live call, I'm here. If I have time, I'll definitely be able to help you. So please do. Yeah. The link link is here. I just need to get Firebase auth and database working for it. Yep. Okay, great. Yeah, I think Firebase is a good option for you. Okay, back to my work. So what I'm trying to do is to create the launch website weekend hackathon thing, and we even bought a domain called launchweekend.dev, and it doesn't work right now for some reason, but oh really? Maybe that it was trying to use my microphone, I guess. But yeah, I was just saying that thing, you can just talk to many people at the same time, about I think up to 100 people. So okay, I hope it's fine now, right? Okay, so date FNS duration format. How can I make duration thing? Format duration. Yeah, it's probably this format duration. Format duration. It takes the duration thing. And how do I create the duration? Interval to duration. Okay, so I guess one thing I can do is format duration and interval to duration, and then I can say const interval, more like interval equals interval to duration, and then start is going to be this thing, and then end. Actually, this is the end, and this will be the start. New date, like that. And then I can do the format duration interval, or this is more like duration, right? Duration like that. And let's see if this thing works. End time is not defined. Where did I put end time? Okay, so basically I'm trying to set up like a countdown timer. Yes, this looks awesome. Okay, can I put it like here? Span, more like countdown. Let's say countdown, set countdown equals react.useState 0 for now, right? And then we can say use effect, and then let's just do it on mount for now. Duration, then set countdown to mostly like format duration, kind of like this. The only problem I see with the e.target thing is that it saves everything on the page that I click. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to prevent it, the thing is that you should put the on-click listener on the smallest container that has everything you want to click, right? You don't have to put it on document. You can put on click on anything, right? So let's say you have your learning container, like a small one, and then you only put the click on the small learning container, and then anything inside will be tracked, anything outside will not be tracked, right? And you can even be more clever, like don't track anything that is not a span, let's say. Yes, so if you find something is a link, you can ignore that on click. Yeah, I think if you look at the e.target, it has, if you do the console log, you can see that it has some elements like what tag it is. So if it's a span, then you will basically track it, right? Okay, that looks fine to me. Okay. How about this? We say can I like do this set interval? And let's make it like every 2 seconds. Okay. And then we do it inside this, right? Maybe more like 1 second. I guess I need to check if they click on a span. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, this looks fine to me. And is there any way? How about this? How about we say interval? Interval. Okay. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be trying to make it too perfect. Let's keep it 2XL, font bold, and then just for now it's good enough, right? And then let's put it down there, put it inside like a flex container or something, so that it's, and then make it items center. Okay, that's good. Ending in. Okay, that is good. So we have done this to do countdown timer, so let's remove that. And description. Okay, so what is this hackathon about? What is this hackathon about? Launch Weekend is a monthly hackathon that where you pick an idea and build it on your own within and release it in public within 48 hours. Launch the startup of your dreams in 48 hours. Stop sitting around and dreaming about it. Get to work and just build it. Awesome. Yeah, but one thing I want to point out that it's not only for startups. It could also be anything, right? So let's say you want to build like an open source library, you can. If you're learning programming and you just want to build a to-do app, you can. Anything is fine. Yeah. So I'm gonna yep, okay. Monthly hackathon where you pick an idea. This seems redundant. Where you build something on your own and release it in public within 48 hours. Okay. And let's put like a text large on this thing, and we need to find some good fonts, but anyways, let's put like a max width Excel on this thing, MX Auto this, text Excel looks fine, and how about some text center on this thing? Okay, why does it look like that? Okay. And FAQ, well, let's put another section here, and this will be H3, like that. FAQs, right? And we will have UL and then LI, question 1 or whatever. Okay. So now one problem I have right now is that my damn launch weekend.dev is not working. Why is that? Even though I set this thing to this, remove launch weekend.dev. Come on. It's deploying. I figured out the simple solution. For what? Your span issue? Yep. If e.target tag name equals span. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Why is this thing not working? Like, what? Did I mess up something here? Okay, maybe it's because the thing is not HTTPS yet. No. This one works, right? Yep. I guess the DNS is not propagated yet. Anyways. Close everything. There's so much. Okay. Okay. You know what? At least because this thing, but yeah. You know what? I can remove my countdown timer from the OBS and instead put our website that we just made. countdown on, right? And then let's try to put https launch weekend dot vercel dot app. Okay, and that should be fine, except it's this should be more like white. How about this RGBA 255 255 2551? Would that thing work? Oh yeah, it works. Okay, so what that means is that we can go and push our changes, add stuff. Amazing git commit messages. Okay, this is released, and hopefully they will be able to build something. That's great. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't take so long. Thanks for the help. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. And if I'm not wrong, shut down source, refresh browser, great. And I think yep, put it here. Launch weekend hackathon. Okay. So let me put like a to-do list to make sure that we are on track. To do, there's no to do. Let's create a to do. To-dos.txt. Buy the domain, which we have done. Set up base Next.js project, which we have finished. Set up domain integration plus GitHub. This is also done and done. Pending. So the domain integration is not working for some reason. I'm guessing it's because of the launch weekend.dev. I think it's maybe because of the DNS issues. So I'm gonna wait for about 2-3 hours and see if this thing gets released. But anyways, and we need to improve the the countdown, more better countdown. And also let's put FAQs, fill FAQs to kind of set up all the rules. What else? Now we also, what's the point of a hackathon if you cannot like submit or participate in it? So I would like to have login as well, just like you do. So I'm thinking maybe I'll add Firebase authentication in it, and maybe Firebase database integration. Hey, look at that. My project is also kind of similar to yours in that sense, that I have to set up Firebase auth and database for it. Okay. Yeah, I have done Firebase auth and database a while back, so I might be able to finish it soon. Yeah, okay. But anyways, let's keep referring to the documentation. Next.js Firebase auth setup. Cool. Let's look at some documentation just in case, I don't want to embarrass myself. Next.js Firebase, okay. Apollo client. No, I don't want Apollo client. Okay. No, not this one. SSR. You know what? One of the problems with Next.js and Firebase is that Next.js is very SSR focused app, and Firebase does not work that great with server side. So what I'm gonna do is just try to integrate it only on the client side, Firebase React setup. And to do that, I need to go to my Firebase console. Go to console, and I have some projects here, some old ones. Let's create a new project. Call this launch weekend. Okay. I don't want this. Can I? Okay. How about launch weekend? Cool. Would you like enable Google Analytics for this project? Yeah, sure, why not? Select an account. Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Firebase setting up. So the first thing, I have to set up two things, right? Firebase database and Firebase auth. Firebase database I'm gonna skip for now because I'm not exactly sure what Firebase database setup, Firebase auth login setup. We are doing this one. Okay. So, okay, get started by adding app. Let's do web. I don't know, main web app. No, that's it. That's fine. Add Firebase SDK. Yes. Firebase app, Firebase Analytics. You know what? Let's copy this, and we will put it somewhere for now. Where should I put it? Let's just put it here. I'm gonna be dirty and const initialize Firebase, but I have to import Firebase. Okay, I think I have to read. Setup, not this one. Okay. Add Firebase to your project. Register your app with Firebase node using module bundler. Okay, yarn install Firebase. Let's do that. Yarn add Firebase. You should record this part and post it on YouTube. Firebase tutorials are hard to come by. Okay, I'm recording it, so I will post it. Okay, let's restart the dev server again. Now, Firebase app is required. And then if you have analytics, you do that. And then whatever you want to import. Okay, so the first thing we want is this. Just print it here. And I enabled analytics, so now I'm regretting that thing. I have to import that as well. And Firebase auth, probably. That's what I want. Although, you know what? I don't need analytics, because why would I enable it right now? Let's see. Do we need this? Question mark. Okay. Good. And then I initialize the app with the Firebase config. This thing is not that, I mean, it's already a public thing, so it doesn't have to be secure, but maybe I will move these to env config anyways in future. And let's see if I crashed something. Please don't crash. Okay, it does not crash. That is great. One thing before I move on, I have to test, and that is, it's very important to check it right now, because I have found this to cause a lot of problem in Firebase. Yarn build, because sometimes the Firebase is probably using some kind of window object which is not available in Next during the build time, so it then completely breaks. So I just want to test it right now to make sure that we can build the project. And if I cannot build the project, then we have to fix something. If we can build the project, that's great. Let's sit down. Keep going. We have 1 day, 21 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds left. Okay. Is your Mono FM going to be available on phones as well? Can you easily put Gatsby and React apps on phone? Yeah, it is available right now. I mean, but if by phone you mean as an app, that is not available, but it's very responsive. So like you can actually go to the site and like it's all very responsive, so it works on phone. Even the web app works on phone. So Gatsby and React apps can really nicely work on any browser, even in phones, but you have to make sure that kind of all the responsive things are fine. Is there any way you can make your voice louder? Is it this thing loud? Hello. How about this? Can you check now? Let me know if this works. Okay, so thankfully, it seems like Next.js is not complaining about the Firebase authentication. That means now we have Firebase initialized, and I can try to make something with this. So let's say let's do something. Let's make a component folder, components header.js, and then inside this header, let's import React from React, and then export default props return header whatever, and then we can import this thing here, import header from components header. I'm writing really dirty stuff right now because I'm not focused on trying to make it better. Let's put this thing here, header, kind of like that. Internal server error. Okay, yeah, so this is also a very common issue that you face when you create a Firebase app, especially in client side, is because this thing is already defined. So when this project reloads, this thing is already initialized. So to fix this, I think you can do this firebase.apps. Is that right? No. I'm sure there's a fix for this. Firebase app already exists. Next.js. The top issue is from the Next.js one. Yep, this one. So we just say if not firebase.apps.length, then you initialize it. Otherwise we don't. That will fix everything. What keyboard do you use? It has the best sound I've ever heard. Well, it's a Havit low profile keyboard, and it looks like this. The reason I bought this, yeah, of course, the keys are clicky. It's the blue, Kale blue thing, which is very nice to type on, but it's very noisy. And the reason I bought this one is because it's very low profile. This is one of the lowest profile, like height wise, mechanical keyboard I could find. And I cannot use like really tall keyboards because my hand starts to hurt. But this one is super low, so I can easily use it. I love it. I have like 2 of them. Okay. And then I can say import okay, I think Firebase is working. So what's next? How do I authentication? Oh, it's on Firebase auth. Okay. So that means if I import like that, and if I just say const auth equals firebase.auth, let me print it, const.auth, and look at that, we have authentication. What that means is I can do like a React hook here. I can say user, or more like user, set user equals react.use state null, and then we can say react.use effect, like that. Let's do it on mount, and we can say firebase dot, how do I do the, I completely forgot everything. Firebase.auth, oh yeah, this one. Copy this. What this does is anytime the authentication changes, you get notified. So that's what I want. Paste that thing there. You don't need this. If user. And then So basically we can just say set user is user. Wait a minute, what happened? Auth is not defined. Of course, auth is not defined. And I'm sure you have to clean this thing up. Clean up, destroy. Maybe we'll do it later. What else? So, in this case, I just have to check if I have login or not. And let me just put like a return this. Let's put like a div here. And then we will say if user. Then we will put another div. Let's say logged in stuff. Otherwise, we will say show login form and stuff, right? And then let's just say like that, h4 username here. And then here, let's put like a form, and we will put like a input, placeholder, email. Let's put like a label here, email, and we can put some nice classes to make it look better. Form input. Why is this so big? Oh, because I was zoomed in. Okay. This is weird. Yeah, so because I'm not logged in, it will show this kind of thing. But to keep this thing easy to use, I'm just going to use Firebase social logins, because I find that to be slightly easier. So I can go, this is done, yes. Then we go to authentication and set up a sign up method, yes. Let's enable Google. What's this thing? Enable, yes. Yes, please. Project public facing name. Launch weekend. Okay. Sure, whatever. Okay. So this thing is enabled now, and authentication developer docs. I would like to, wait a minute, Firebase auth login with Google tutorial. Let's open everything. Create Google sign in, this one. So before you begin, I have added the Firebase project, enabled this, that's correct. And then I need to create an instance of Google Provider. This is optional, forget that, optional. Okay, so if I copy this, let me create like a function here, right? Let's say sign up and put this thing there. What else I need? Sign in with pop-up. Okay, put that thing there. Firebase auth, sign up with provider, and then okay, so you get the token, that's fine, the signed in user. Basically I can just do this, set user, result.user, catch handle error. Yeah, who cares? No one handles error these days. Handle errors. Okay, so basically the moment I click this button, so let's say on submit, sign up, right? And we can even, oh no, what we want is, let's say, handle sign up, and then let's create a function called handle sign up, and we should say e.prevent default to make sure we don't reset things or refresh, and then we just call sign up. Come on, I don't have much time. Handle sign up, that should be fine. And then let's also have like a crappy button here, sign up with Google. We don't need any of this, just have this button. And let's put like a border on this thing, make it rounded, and px4 py2 leading none. That is great. Font medium, make it look pretty. No, maybe no, yeah, looks fine. Okay, so we have this button, this awesome button, and if you click it, it opens. Come on, please work. Hey, look at that. Now we have look at that. Look at this. Now we have login. And if I refresh this, it will first say sign up, and then it will load, and we'll do that. Devenstein so this is the hackathon we were talking about, and it's kind of because this is the first hackathon we are going to do, but we will do it every month. But for the first time, we don't even have a site yet. So my first project for this hackathon is to build the hackathon website. But for you guys, if you are interested, just pick any project and release it by the end of 1 day and 20 hours and 56 minutes. Yeah, you did it so fast. It's just one part of a very big thing. If you want to do authentication well, you have to do a lot of things, right? So what we have just done is just Google sign up. But if you actually go to Mono, you can see there are many things, right? There's one login and sign up, and these are different flow. Login people, oh, I need to log out first. Yeah, people who want to log in can log in with Google. They can log in with their email address. So that you have to handle. And also, what if someone forgot their password? So you have to like handle this reset password page, and then you have to handle the sign up. Come on. Yeah, so the sign up also. So there are like, I would say 5 or 6 things that you have to do to complete the full authentication. But for now, this crappy project only has sign in with Google. So yeah. Okay. And by the way, this website, the thing that we're making right now is open source. So you can go and check out the code if you want to have some reference point. Okay. Now, if you are logged in, we should say, oh my God, no, not here. Change in tag. We should say user dot, what is it called? Display name, I think. Yep, it's called display name. And then we can also put like a button here, which will be like log out, right? Because we want people to log out as well. And then this logout button, let's just copy the classes from the bottom. Make it logout. Great. And what happens when you click it? On click, handle logout. Let's create a handle logout button here. Handle logout. And how do you do Firebase auth handle logout? Nope. Nope. I opened somewhere. sign in, manage users. Is there any search button? How do you log out? How to log out? Firebase auth. Come on, just show me. Sign out. I think it's called sign out. You see, when you try to find, oh yeah, okay. Handle logout should say set user now. Handle error. I have 1 hour break, gotta plan my app. Great, please do. And maybe I'm gonna have a section here on the Launch Weekend Dev website where you can submit what you're building so that we all can, you know, cheer you up. I hope my DNS issue has been resolved. Launchweekend.dev, please work. It does not. For people who came late, we just bought this domain called launchweekend.dev, and we were trying to release the app there, but for some reason the DNS doesn't work. So this will not work. Anyways, we have this button, and then let's say if I click this, hey, we have this crappy sign up with Google and static whatever. Look at that. I'm gonna check this thing in because this is some add Firebase and auth, and I believe GitHub. If I let me just post the link for everyone, so if you want to like have a reference. It works for you? What? Launchweekend.dev. What the hell? It doesn't work for me. I'm the one who bought the domain. Really? Okay. Maybe something wrong with my computer. Okay, anyways, this is the repository, and if I'm not sure, I think Z439 needs some Firebase auth thing done, so you can refer to this repository for the Firebase auth kind of reference point. You probably already saw, but the main important thing you have to do is to create the Firebase project on the console, right? And then you enable any social sign up. So I just did Google, and then you install Firebase in your dependency, whatever library you're using, and then you just go nuts with this thing. You just start doing this kind of login and log out, and you have authentication. Very easy. Okay. So let's kind of try to make this thing pretty. It does not look that great. Instead of div, let's make it header. Header, because it makes more sense. And class name with full. So this thing is kind of full width. And I'm sure we cannot see it right now, so let me put like a debug on this thing. Okay, now we have full screen, right? And inside this, let's create another div to wrap everything else, because I don't want to have the naked header. And let's make this thing flex and items center. What? Oh, because it was there. Yeah, okay. Class name flex items center, like that. Okay, and then we can put this thing justify end to put it on the side. Why is it? I think that's because debug. For people who are using Tailwind, I would recommend a simple trick that can help you with debugging Tailwind CSS, and that is to use this kind of class. It's called debug, right? So it's a really crappy solution, but it works really well, is that in your Tailwind config, you just create a debug class and you just apply BG300 important. So anytime I want to look at like a CSS layout and it's not working well, I can just slap like a debug on it and it becomes whole red, so I can exactly understand what's going on. So it's helpful. So if you're using Tailwind, you should have this kind of debug thing. And let's put justify end on this thing. Justify end. And it's on the side. And let's just put like a px3 on this thing. And instead of width full, can I do px3 on this thing? I can. How about py1, py2, py2? Okay. And rounded, maybe md. Nice trick though, yeah, okay. Try again and go to the website. Launch weekend.dev. Nope, it doesn't work for me. That is so sad. Anyways, I have this, and let's log out. Okay. And then I can refresh this page, sign up with Google. Okay. Do this. And we have sign up. Okay. So, what can we do next? Send the link. This one. I hope I bought the right domain. Yeah. I mean, this is it. I just bought it right now. And I even set the custom DNS. NS Vercel DNS. And this says it's okay. And even if I go to Vercel, this one says it's working. Really? Okay. Now I'm gonna have a panic attack right now. Launch weekend.dev. It's possible that the DNS propagation. It's possible that the DNS propagation takes time based on region. So maybe you're in the US or wherever, and I think the next deployment is also in the US, so it's faster for you. And I'm in Japan, so it takes time. But yeah. Weird. See, it says assigned valid configuration. And I open it and it just doesn't resolve. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. We can close everything. We don't need this and this. Now, the next thing we have to do is, let's go to to-do. To-dos, Firebase auth is done. Better countdown. So database setup, I think I can do database setup now. But before that, let's clean up headers, keep pushing. So that, yeah, that's why I really like Vercel and Netlify, is because of their continuous integration. So I keep pushing and keep making changes, and it keeps deploying new stuff. So that's kind of a good workflow for me. Okay. Try to use Google DNS. I'm not sure how to do that. The mechanical keyboard sound ASMR. Welcome to the weekly hackathon. Oh, no, the monthly hackathon. Today. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I hope people don't just sleep. You gotta finish your project first. Okay. So we have login set up. We have the basic setup site ready. Next, what I should do is to set up Firestore database so that people who log in can like create their account, create their stuff, they can create their projects. And to do that, I'm gonna have to go to the Firebase console, go to Firestore database, and is Cloud Firestore right for you? Probably. I don't know. That's a very start in production mode. Okay. Because it's live, I'm gonna start in production mode. But actually, when I'm building a test project, I never do it. I just set it to this. But then everyone would be able to do it. So let's keep it clean. And where should we do it? Let's keep it US Central 1. You know what? Maybe it's my... It actually works on my phone. You can see launchweekend.dev or whatever. So for some reason, my internet is not happy about the DNS, this URL. But if I access it from outside my Wi-Fi, then it works. Your commits on GitHub? What happened? My commit on GitHub? Did it break or something? Panda, what happened to my commit? Okay. So, for Firestore, what I really want to do with this site is to have, let's say, people can come up, create their account, and then they can create their projects, what they're working on in this session. So there's this idea of a session, right? This month, this hackathon is one session, and maybe next month we will have another event. So that's another event. So we should call it event, right? And then inside an event, you can create a project. So I think for the first step, we should have more like projects. Let's keep it projects, fine. And what this could be is, let's say, I don't know, user Kashif, right? And if you're live streaming, I would like to know your Twitch URL, let's say. So let's put like twitch.tv/hello Kashif. What else? Maybe a generic name if you would like to give your project. So building launch weekend hackathon platform. Let's do that. I didn't mean that. Okay, something like this, right? So then people can create their projects there. Okay, you know what? Let's keep it like that. I don't want to think too much about the database structure right now. So let's say I have this, and let me set up some rule. If there is a Firestore rule auth only, and what I can do is this. So basically, if you're not authenticated, you cannot write it. I know this is very dangerous, but yeah, please don't hack me right now. I'm just testing. Okay, so if you're authenticated, you will be able to write to the database. This is great because I'm learning about Firebase through you. Awesome, great. Yep, I hope you learned something and build it so that it's actually embedded in your memory. I find it, what's that? Okay, yeah. I find that doing something manually on your own is quite good, easy to remember things. Okay, so this is published. I have a project. That means technically I can just do it there. So let's create a new component. Let's say projects.js and copy everything from here because I'm lazy. Paste that. Copy everything there. And we don't need the user, but we need projects. So like that, set projects, and instead of null, we will have this. And here we will actually say call Firestore DB and get the data. We can remove this, sign up, remove that, and this thing header can be a div. You can remove that, ul, like that, and then here you can say projects.map item return li keyboard ASMR. Yay! What shall I say here? Shall I just say item.name? Okay. Key will be item.id. Okay. Like this. So I will list down every project, right? And then let's go to index.js, and inside here somewhere after main maybe, let's have another section and import the projects.js, and then put projects here. Awesome. And then let's put like a h4 here called ongoing projects, right? And let's put like a text Excel. If the keyboard noise is too loud, please let me know. I will try to move it a bit farther. Okay, this thing is not necessary. Ongoing projects. Yep. Okay. Now the actual magic of this Firestore thing. So the first thing we have to do is get the handle to the database. So in Firebase, you do it like this: firebase.firestore, I think. And then you just call the database. You say collections, I think. Collections. And you say projects. dot get dot then, and you get like a query snapshot. Once you have the snapshot, we can print it. So let's see if this thing even works. Print. Firestore is not the function. Oh crap, no. It's Firestore. Even Firestore is not Firestore is not a function. Oh, yes. I mean, good thing I saw this error, because you will probably face the same thing. And this is happening because you have to initialize the Firestore thing. So when you initialize Firebase init here, before that you must import the Firestore here. Otherwise this will not work. Okay, I think this will not break anymore. db.collection, I think it's collection. It's probably not catching, so I should catch it. Dot catch error. Handle errors. And yeah, we have the snapshot. So then we can say let new projects equals this, and then we can say snap.docs or snap.forEach, because snap is a Firestore. It's called the query snapshot, and the query snapshot is just a list of all the projects that you found in the database. So you can actually do this snap. I think you can do this. New projects dot push id will be doc.id, and then doc.data, like that. And then we can say new projects, or more like set projects, new projects. Hey, and look at this. Look at this beautiful thing. We now have this we now have the database and connection ready, and I even have like a my own project showing up. And you know, while we are there and we are slightly ahead of time, we can make it more pretty. Let's create like a new component called project card. Fuck, I can't speak properly because of I had some bracing done, so I can't say a few words correctly, so apologize. And this will be more like project card, like that, and project equals item, like that. And you need to return something here. This shows how bad I am in coding. Well, you're not bad. You just have to make something. Different people have different style of coding. That doesn't mean you're bad or good. Card const project equals props, and then we can say, let's say h5 project.name. This is props. Okay, nice. And then maybe we can like make it like a big border, rounded, large. Okay, that's too big. It shouldn't be. Can I do like width auto, or more like width 64? You know what, let's put width 72 or width 80. Okay. And then let's put shadow XL. Nice. We can remove the border. And what else? PX4, PY3. Let's put like a height of 64 on this thing. That's too big. 48. Okay. And then let's make this thing like flex column and make it item center. And then let's make this thing text large, font medium. Okay. Wait. Why did it? Oh, it had to wrap around. It's wrapping around, okay. I feel like maybe width 96 could be one option. Is there text MD? Text MD. Okay. And I think that's good enough. What else can we do? Maybe we can put like a, where did it go? Where did my first store go? This one. So we are showing up one project. So let's add maybe one more project. Anyone else would like me to add their project? Please let me know. And let's say, what do I have to add here? Name, user, okay. User. If you have any project, you know, Twitch URL is nothing right now, and name of the project would be, let's say, some project, some awesome project. User is, I know, the user. And refresh. And now we have two of them, right? And maybe the shadows seems like too much. So let's put like a MD. And maybe on hover, when you hover, we can put like a shadow large, like that. Nice. And then event. Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe I made a typo. I guess. What you mean? Where? Event. So this hackathon event is going to be a monthly event. Yes. At least that's what I'm trying to plan right now. Maybe we can change it in future. The goal is that the last weekend of the month, every Friday night for the Pacific time, US people, and every Friday night, the last weekend of the month, we will all just pick a project that we just want to finish, and we will finish it and put it online. Yeah. It could be a startup idea that you have been thinking about. It could be like a proof of concept that you want to build first and get some feedback. It could be an open source library that you have always been thinking of doing. Anything you want, right? Any technical project is fine. But the only goal is that you have to build it on your own, of course, and then you have to release it by the end of Sunday night. So yeah. Okay. Build launch weekend hackathon. That looks good. And then how about we make this thing like a flex container? Flex wrap, so that it becomes there. And you know what? Let's put like a MX3 on this thing, or more like MR3. Okay. Looks fine. And then let's put like a name of the person who made it. So this will be project.user, right? And wait a minute. Oh, why is this? Okay. Let me wrap this thing inside this and put it there. Debug that. Okay. And then px, no px, text sm, font medium, text gray 700, more like 600. Wait, why did it shift here? No, this should be width full, I think. Okay. Debug. Good. Okay. So the Firestore database call, this thing is complete, and let's check this thing in before I forget to commit. Firebase database setup is done. And then we also need some way for people to submit their projects, right? So we will do that next. And also for FAQ, well, thanks you asked, because you asked some questions, I will put those things in the FAQ as well. So I'm thinking of like putting like a FAQ page here. The first question is this event going to be a monthly thing? And I will say yes. Last weekend of the month. Okay. Add Firestore DB calls. Yep. So I think I will take a short break now, but yeah, at least for Z439 or Panda, if you were thinking of like just seeing how the Firestore integration is done, this is it. So you can go and check out the code and find out how to call Firestore database. Yep. Maybe I'll take a short break, and then when I come back, I will try to make like a form, and so that people can log in and then they can create their own projects. So if you have time and if you're working on this hackathon as well, I'll ask you later to please fill in some cool project that you're doing. And yeah, also for people who came late, is that I wanted to show that we have like a virtual conference space set up. So Clark from Unspecified Software built this startup. He's also building it live every day. And inside this, you can create these virtual sessions and you can like join it. So it's more like a live call where people can talk to each other. So if someone is building a project and they get stuck at something, please just let me know in chat. We can have a call and then we can try to figure out if you have any like architectural problem or something. I mean, I know how to write React, and I have some experience working with cloud infrastructure. So if you have any questions about system design or how to figure out what to do about like how to deploy something or those kind of things, you can ask me. Okay. I'll be happy to help you. Okay, so log out. And then if I refresh, this will go away, and do that. Okay, refresh. Yeah, there are a few bugs I can see that I will fix later. Okay, so I'll take a break. So maybe I'll cut the stream and then I will stream again later. So if if you're working on something, please continue working. If you want to take a break, you can take. But please check out this site. I'm not sure why it's not working for me. I gotta reset my router, I guess. Anyways, I'll catch up with you maybe in 1 hour again. I'll start streaming in 1 hour. Okay. So keep working. Bye bye. Okay, people, let's do it again. So this goes there. This one stays here. Okay. So let's close this. This much. Okay. Google, Facebook, Twitter, GitHub. And let's try to just think of what items we have to do first before we kind of start anything else. Okay, this is also done. Better countdown. Better countdown, yes. And what else? What is this? Only to launch is a startup. No. If I need help, okay, what else? So We can try to make like a separate login sign up page, right? This could be one thing. And also make the events and project list public access. Okay, what else? I still have to design the database, design the DB schema, and also users can create their projects, and then projects can only be created for the active event, not allowed once event is finished, right? That's one thing. What else? Okay. Okay, I think this thing could be something that we do. Yeah, better countdown is also one thing. So let's do this one. And let's go to Firestore. Go to Firestore DB. And what they're gonna do is change this. So what we can say, okay, before we do this, I think we need to, it's important for us to design the database schema first, right? And what I'm thinking is we should have like how about this? We can have like users and then events and then projects. So users can have projects and events can have projects as well. But the reason that the way you design this database is by looking at what kind of operations you would do from the application, right? And before I can design this thing, I need to figure out what kind of actions I can do. So what I can say is list all events, right? And also list all projects in an event, right? And also like get the user info for any project, list all users participating in any event, right? And also yeah, that's it, right? Then you can create a project, but get a user info, get all projects created by a user. How about teams? So let's have, let's say, future teams, and submitting a project as a team. We can do that. So I feel like list all projects. So list all the events, right? Past events. And for each project, for each event, how many projects were there, right? Okay. And then what you could do is get the user info for any project. Yes, that's correct. So if I want to have these things, list all events. In this case, this makes sense. List all users, list all projects. That's good. Do I ever want to do all projects across events? Is there any use case where I would do that? List all the projects. Not really. Not really. Okay. So list all the projects in an event, get the user info for any project. I can do that, but Firebase on user profile change. On user profile image change. Yeah, so this thing is fine. If I just want this list all events, then fine. And list all projects inside an event, we can do that. Right. Get the user info for any project. I can even store the ID there, that's fine. And list all users participating in an event. This probably I cannot do. List all projects in an event, which I can do. List all events you can also do. Get the user info for any project, we can do that. It's more like this. I mean, user info here, right? Something like that. Get the user info of any project, get a user info. Hey, yep. How's it going? Any progress? Get a user info. This is basically user info here. I'm trying to work with Gatsby and React right now, learning as much as I can before the hackathon starts. Whoa, wait. The hackathon has already started. What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, it's okay because this was the first time I could not really notify everyone on time. So maybe from next time onwards, I'll be better at informing everyone. But, you still have a lot of time. And even if you kind of shot past a few hours, it's okay. Just release something by the end of this weekend. That's fine. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to design the database structure and figuring out how to place all the kind of child elements in the database. So yeah, list all projects, get the user info. I feel like this could have been an option, but this will not be able to solve this thing. Because then I have to go through and loop every single project, which is not good. So I feel like this project collection should be separate, like this, so that I can query this thing. And get a user info, we can do. List all the events, you can do that. And or you can even, this one will probably have like event ID, like 1 2 3 4 whatever. So I can do that. And then it can also have like user ID 1 2 3 4. so that I can query based on that. So this thing can be solved by just having like this, and list all projects in an event. That could also be done. Get the user info for any project. We can get it from here. That's good. Get all projects created by a user. So that also we can do. Get the user info. We can do that. And list all users participating in an event. Okay, I think, yeah. Okay. Let me have some tea. Okay. So based on the current requirement of this application, I think I have decided the structure of the database. So right now we have this projects thing. What I was thinking is that we will have 3 top level collections. One is called users, which will store the user public information, and then we will store events. So every month is an event, right? And then we can have projects like that. And the other option, instead of doing it this way, was to create like a top level events, and inside events you can have like projects. But the problem with this collection is that I cannot do query for this kind of query. I cannot do. So that's why I decided not to use this database, this structure, and use this one instead. But the disadvantage of having it this way is that it is slightly more complicated to design the security of this thing. But anyways, let's do that. So we're gonna have this way. Now the next thing is about security. So we want people, users, public info should be visible, right? Like things like profile pic, and projects and events, but that's it, nothing else. And I think this is what I'm gonna put there. And so this is all security, right? Security. And this one was query. Okay. What else? Events are readable, but users cannot write to it. Only admins can create new event, right? What else? I think, and again, the projects can only be created by the user whose user ID is in the payload, right? So if you're trying to create a project by your name, then only you can create it. If someone else tries to create it and their user ID does not match the user ID, we should not allow it, right? And the same thing, projects can only be edited. Projects can be edited, deleted by the same user, right? And projects should be visible to public, but not editable. Okay. So based on these security requirements, we have to design the database security rules, right? And anything else? Events are readable, but users cannot, but not editable. Okay. Users public info is visible to everyone. That's fine. Okay. And I think public info, by public info I just mean that, you know, just the name and profile pic, and what else, Twitter URL or something, social links if you have any, right? And what else, projects and events, right? The event should have like a date, and then project data basically, right? So this thing is not even necessary anymore. Okay. And project itself will have like a name, event ID, user ID, okay. That's it. User ID, event ID, name ID, and what else did I write here? Yeah, oh, important. Public, something like public link, right? And what else? That's it. Yep, or live streaming. Basically, something like is live streaming or not, right? And the reason I picked this is so that people can filter and say, okay, who's live streaming? And then we can go and like check out their streams. So that could be a good way to do this, right? I think that's it. Okay. So let's start building the database now. Now I realize that projects, events. Okay. I think I don't need to plan too much. This looks just good enough. This kind of database schema, and I have covered most of the query that I can possibly make. And I can even improve this by user ID. Or you know, maybe I should have like user avatar or profile photo, so that at least we can show some kind of link there. Okay. Not over design. Let's just build this thing. So we have these 3 collections, so let's build those, right? And we will go to our Firebase, go to rules, and now let's think about what kind of rules we want to make sure that people can only create things. First of all, this users page should be, okay, this thing, let's copy this, comment this out, and what we want users is it called ID? So allow read, which should be true. Allow read should be true. Or it's more like this, allow read, right? Because users is like a public place where people can see any profile, but you're not allowed to like list down all the users that we have, because people can then scrape the data, which is not good. And then we should say allow write if request dot auth dot uid is equals to params.id. Is it? Oh no, id. Oh, I think I have too many. Yeah, let me check once more. Firestore security rules. Structuring. Let me check. So yeah, you define the variable like this. Okay, so I can say city is city, and then if okay, if request.auth is null. Oh yeah, see, this is what I want. So user ID. So let's put that thing there. This will be more like user ID, and this is user ID, right? And what I'm doing here is that anyone can read the public information of a user, but only the same person can edit it. Okay, that's good. And next thing we want is, so this thing will be fine. Events are readable, but user cannot write. So that's good. We can do it like that. Copy this, paste that thing there, and this will be events. Event ID. Allow write should be false. Right? If false. Okay. So everyone can read an event, but no one can write to an event. And I think I've made a mistake here. Probably users are readable, listable. That's fine. So events are readable, but user cannot write. Projects can only be created by the user whose user ID is in the payload. Okay. So let's create one more. Like that. And say projects. We can say project ID. Allow read. Again, everything is public, so we can read it, but write if. So if we can say request dot resource dot data. Good question. How do I make sure that only people? Let's see. Let me just Google it. I have a general idea of how to do it, but I just want to be sure. Firestore security rules. Only user can edit. So only user can corrupt their own data or else is ignored. Okay. So I think yeah, I get it. I think this should be it. To-dos. Confusing. Confusing. No, I don't want to sign in. Continue. Medium is getting more and more bloated all the time. Unlock the Firestore. Okay, they don't have this locked mode. Okay, yeah, so this one. I think this is what we want. So what this will say, what this is saying is allow read always, that's fine. Allow create only if the request user ID is equals to the user ID in that thing. And allow update, this is exactly what I want. So let's just swipe it right there. Paste that thing. Let's rename this to projects. And this becomes project ID. Allow read if true. That's true. Or you don't even need this actually. Let's keep it clean. Okay. Events, event ID, read, allow create if request.auth.uid equals request.resource.data. Let's say user ID, right? And allow update and delete if the user ID is equals to user ID, like that. So this is it. I think just this much security rule will be able to handle most of the security of our backend database, and that is why I love Firestore. Allow write if false. Actually, you don't even need to do this because by default it's false. Okay, and then we can delete this one like that. Okay, anything else? Did I miss something? Project should be visible to public but not editable. That's correct. Events are readable, but user cannot create it. That's true. Projects can only be created by the user. That's also correct, which we have done here and here, and the same thing here. Okay, let's publish this and then we will also test. What? No, here they have this playground thing, so we can test it, right? Let's say you want to get users. Okay, 1 2 3, run it and you can get everything, right? Now one question is that should I do it like only authenticated user can read? Nah, let's keep it open for everyone. How about events? You can read an event, that's great. The same thing for projects. You can do that and you can read it. Let's try to edit create. Let's try to create a user. Oh, it's more like users. Okay. So because it's not authenticated, it will not let me do it. So let's try to authenticate. And let's say 1 2 3 4, or more like 1 2 1 2, and then try again. Okay, now it allows, but is that right? How about this? We should say allow update only. You're not allowed to change anything. You can only update stuff. Update is fine. And you can also not delete things. Good. This is working fine. How about events? Let's try to create an event, delete an event. Nope, it does not allow me to do that. Update also you cannot. Great. Create, cannot. Good. Projects, how about projects? Okay. You're not allowed to create a project because okay, now it allows you to do it. That's great. And then if I try to delete this project, uh-oh, this is wrong. And the reason it's wrong is because I'm checking for resource.data.userid, which does not work like that. So let me copy this and let's go there, paste it there, allow delete if the request auth ID oh no, it will work. I made a mistake. Yes, that's true. Okay, so what? Okay, whatever, that's fine. So yeah, we just made, so this looks really simple, but this is so powerful, right? You can based on these rules you can limit who can access it, and you don't have to run any separate like authorization server for this, so that's good. Okay, now we can start creating projects and stuff. So projects, and let's create 2 more things. Let's create an event. Okay, events, and events. Let's put like a name. LW, I don't know, LW hackathon number 1, right? And then start time, which will be like a date, timestamp. Start time is set this when did I start it? 10:00:00, right? And then end time is going to be timestamp 29, 30, 31st, 10:00:00. And let's create this. Okay, great. Nice. So now we have this event, and based on this, when you create a project, you have to specify which event it is. So we need to have like a event ID like that. Let me just copy, cancel that. Let me just copy this. Come on, please let me copy. Okay, so this will be more like event ID. Oh no, just this. The same thing here, event ID, like that. And we should also have a rule to say that you can only create a project. You can only create a project if it's within, if the event is actually active. So in the event, we should have like a field called status, right? Active. So if the status is active, only then you are allowed to create the project. Because if something is in the past, you shouldn't be able to create the thing, right? So we should say, and also we should have like yeah, I think there's this thing, allow create if. There should be and request dot resource no, how do I do that? Firestore security rules check params. No, it should be validate params. I want to validate the parameters. Nope, not this one. No. Okay, I think it's the data. So what I just have to say is data dot event ID is not equals to null, and request dot resource dot data dot event ID. We also have to get the status, so we should say event security rules firestore get document. No, get, yeah, okay, this thing. How do I get something? Secure and validate data. Securely querying the data. Weird. What I want is how, let me search, how to get document inside security rules Firebase. Come on, come on, come on. Is there any get? No. Oh yeah, this thing. So I can do this. Thank you, Farship.io. You are always helping. So we should say get event, right? And we should say event ID. Why? Okay. Return get database document events. Event ID. Why not? Unused function get event. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use this thing here. So we can say is active event ID, right? More like this, request dot resource dot data dot event ID. And let's create another function here, which we'll call is active event ID. So the first thing you have to do is to get the data. So you should say get event ID, right? Unused function is active event, not like that. And then we can check if the data that we have dot status is equals to active, right? So what I'm doing here is just making sure that, oh, come on. Just making sure that people can create the project, that's good, but they can only create it for an event if they pass the event ID, right? And if they pass the event ID and the event that they passed is actually active, right? You should not be allowed to create event projects in any past event. Okay. Is this necessary? Dot data, I guess. Get event ID. That should be fine. Let's create some other functions to clean things up. How about this? We should say this one is authenticated, right? And then we can just say return request.auth is not equals to no, right? And then we can just this should be more like is owner, right? And this should be and request dot auth.uid equals to the user ID like that. So I can, instead of this, we can just say is owner, like that. If is owner resource, like that. Okay, so you can create it if you are the owner. And resource event ID is actually the event ID that you want. Okay, got it. And then I think this should be fine. And we can even do it here. You can say is owner user ID, like that. Fixed. Okay. I'm sure I made some huge mistake, but looks okay. Then what's next? Okay. Um, 2 minutes break. Too much thinking can damage my brain. How is everyone doing in the chat? Anyone stuck at anything? Brain is also hurting. Yeah, me too. Especially after having lunch, you just want to fall on the bed. Okay, I think this should be fine. Oh yes, thank you. That is a good idea. Save myself from sleeping. Okay. So I haven't tested the rules yet, and maybe I will create some more proper test setup for this, but I think for now this is okay. So let's just now focus more on being able to create these things. And one thing though, this thing is missing right now. What I wanted to do with this kind of collection is that when someone logs in for the first time, we would like them to we want them to have this kind of page where people can create their own like profile pic or stuff, so that we can easily use that in other places. But I think to do that, I have to set up like a backend Firebase backend system, because that's how I can detect when someone logs in. And right now I don't have that, and I'm kind of lazy. I don't want to do that right now. So I'm gonna skip that feature yet, and for now we will not have the user photos showing up on the projects. but let's just do this. Okay, so once you're logged in, and you should be able to create a project, right? Create project. So let's go back to our thing. Let's close everything and start the dev server again. And not this one, this one. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Did I break something? No? Why does it take so long to start? Okay. Launch week hackathon, I'm logged in. That is great. And the so the API call that I was making would still work even if I'm not logged in. See, earlier this was not showing up because the rules were limiting, but this right now you can see it. So next thing is that we want like a button. So let's put a button. Let's go to header, maybe not here. What I want is people can create their page, and if I click on this thing, it should go to the separate page. So I think in next I need to have stuff here. Let's say projects index.js, and then we're gonna have projects id.js, like that. So this page is just going to be export default props turn div projects list, right? And what that means is that I can go to /projects and hopefully I get this thing. That is good. We would like the same kind of thing in the ID, project details, like this, and this thing will be something like 1 2 3 4, and this is project details. That is good. So now the thing that I did in the index page, I would like to do it somewhere else. Index. Let's put this thing there. Let's put that thing there. Delete that. Project that. And of course, uh-oh. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. The problem is the SSR, because it's a hard reload on this page, this thing is never called, and that's why there's some issues. So I think it's time to clean up our crappy code. So let's create like a lib folder, and I'm going to create firebase.js, and let's move everything we did here everything that we did there in that, like that. Export default firebase, right? And then, do I use Firebase here? No, that's good. And then inside the app pages app, I can do import lib Firebase. Okay, and hopefully, yep, it works, right? So we did that. Okay, and now it doesn't matter which page I go, it will always work. Okay, next thing we want is we go to projects, this thing, and what we would ideally like to do is to go to projects component, and I don't think this is the right place to have this. It's difficult. It's a difficult thing to, let's say, link. Import link from next router. Is that right? How do you do next router link? Use router. No, give me link. Oh, it's called next link. Okay. Again? What? Router? What? That is a weird bug. How is it even possible? Oh, I think the correct way to use this link is to pass this thing. So I'm gonna, let's say href that, and then I gotta say a tag like that, and a tag like that. Okay, now these are links. Great. I'm not sure, can I have div inside an a tag? Okay, so now these are links. That's great. Then now we have to figure out how this link is done. We can say projects project.id, and by doing that we can click and go to project. Look at that, now we are on project page. Is the link thing a router? Yes, it's a built-in functionality in Next, but I think if you're using Gatsby or stuff, they also have similar things. And what this link does is it only does client-side routing, so I can, like, without doing a page refresh, I can go to any other route. So like this. Okay, this comes like that. Now let me just copy all the thing here, because I need to do it here as well. We don't need that. We probably don't need this, and we need that. So instead of doing project set project null db.firestore projects, Okay, one thing I'd like to see is what we get in props. Let's comment this thing out. And this thing should be more like project details. And you can remove this thing. So let's print this and see what we get. Do we get in something interesting here? Oh, it's empty. Okay. So I need some way to get this URL from the URL, this ID. How do you get URL? I don't know. I suck at get URL params. Use router hook. Next router. Oh, use router. Okay. Let's trust in what Stack Overflow say and hope for the best. Router equals use router, and then let's print router and see what we get. We get path name, something query. Oh, awesome, query. Okay, so we can say id equals router.query, and then we can do this kind of fetch. So instead of collection, now we can say doc, and we will have id, and if not id, we should just return. Okay, and then get the thing, and then this will be a doc, and you should say set project. This should be id doc.id comma doc.data, like that, and id. And if I just put like a pre and a code, I'm pretty sure I can see json.stringify project now 2. It's null, and now you get the data. So when Gatsby switches from using static pages to dynamic React app, it uses that link component. Yes, partially yes. You can use link component anywhere. It doesn't have to be the switch between static and dynamic pages. The difference between this kind of link, right? So if you use, let's say, a link with an href here, something, let's say new page or whatever, right? And there's something like href, which is new page. The difference between this and this is that this is client side only. So when you go through this, Next or Gatsby or whatever will be able to kind of switch the page without doing a full reload of the page. But if you do it with the A tag, then this is like a full reload of the page. So yeah, that's the benefit. Okay, null, and then this comes up. Yeah. I mean, you can see this thing in action if I go here, not here. Let's go to project component, and instead of this link tag, if I just have, let's say, this href projects $project.id, right? I can comment these things too out. Now I just made this thing like a traditional link, and if I click on this thing, see, everything reloads, right? And when you'll notice here at the top, when I click this, it reloads, right? So the page itself is reloading and then talking to the server and getting the fresh page. But compare this to if I remove this and I just do this one, right? And in this case, when I click this button, there will be no page reload. I mean, wait. Okay, I was wrong. The problem in this case is not this thing. Okay, so forget what I was saying. But the thing is that the reason it's reloading right now is because I have some stuff that is not being able to directly client-side route. But other than that, I think this will still load much faster than the usual one. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I was trying to show something else, but it kind of messed up. Anyways. Okay. So that's it. And then we can go back. Let's go to home page. So now this does not have anything here, but if let's go to projects. Now I'd like to show more information here, but it does not like. Okay, you know what? I think next thing that we can do right now is to have make events and project list public. That we have done. Better countdown, forget about this. Let's do this one, separate login and signing page. So right now everything is inside this. If I do this, it looks like a crappy version. So let's create a new page, and I'm gonna go to pages, and let's make like a login page, login.js, and then this will be export default. Come on, keep typing. Return. What should I return? Div h3 login, let's say. Okay, so now if I go to login page, thanks to next, not logins, I have this login page, and I would like to, I don't have much time, so I'm just gonna be lazy and copy some good login page from my old app. So this is not cheating, this is code reuse. So mono app, source, pages, login, and I have like a giant stuff which I can just copy, you know, just reusing code, nothing wrong. And link, this will be next link. Firebase is fine. Google logo we don't have, mono logo, spinner, SEO, nothing. Parse error code, forget about everything. Redirect to, nope. Submitting, email, password, error. Okay. Handle login with Google, this we need. Handle input, we don't need that. Is valid form. Handle email login. Is loading. Forget about this. I think this is it, and we can just clean this thing up. SEO, forget that. Link, this can be login or create an account. Google logo, or continue with email. This whole thing. Okay, this is gone. And this whole thing. Privacy terms and help. What? I don't have any privacy. Okay. Okay, look at that. We saved so much time trying to make a login or create an account. Login with Google. Why is this so dark? This should be more like white. Text gray 900. Okay, that looks nice. And if I click this, it should open this handle login with Google. Okay, Firebase. Then how do I do navigate? So how to navigate in Next. Navigating between pages. Yes, please. Client side navigation. I think it's called router.push. Next.js router push. Next router push. Yeah, it's called router.push. Okay. Router link router, and then you can just say router.push like that. And if I did not break anything, this should just work as it was working before. Click login, and that's great. Log out, that's good. And instead of this sign up with Google on header, we should just remove this because we have a separate page now. Handle logout we can keep. This should be more like login. Sign up. And this thing is more like a link, I think. A import link from next link, and then you just say link href login. I hope my keyboard noise is not too loud. I can reduce it if you want. Okay, so this takes you to this page. Okay, and then the reason I was trying to separate it out is because I want to add more providers. So instead of this, let's say handle login, and this should be const const, this should be handle login equals e.prevent. Wait a minute, it's not a form anymore, so it's not gonna prevent default anymore. Why am I doing that? Like that, and we should say provider, right? Okay. It should be more like provider, like that. And then let provider, right? And then you can switch on the provider that is given. And let's say the case is Google, then you should have this, otherwise default nothing. Break. Right. Handle login in Google is not defined. That's correct, because we are trying to do something better here. Handle login with Google, like that. So the reason I'm trying to do this is because now I can reuse the same button for multiple things. So let's say if I just copy paste this thing here, I can have two things, and maybe we should not have that big. Okay, that looks fine. And then in this case we can say GitHub, copy once more, extra element, let's say Twitter, and this one's gonna be Facebook, right? You can log in with everything. Log in with GitHub, log in with Twitter, log in with Facebook, great. And yeah, just put a to do here for social logos, social icons, right? Okay, and then I can just say, it's more like case, GitHub, like that, break, I hate break. I don't know why you have to, it's weird. You know what, let's keep it like that. GitHub, Twitter, what is it thing? GitHub, Twitter, Facebook. Okay, Facebook, just this. Now let's look at what provider you have to use for Firebase auth. Web, GitHub, GitHub auth provider. Twitter is probably called Twitter auth provider, and Facebook login is called Facebook auth provider. Very nice, convenient. Okay, let's do GitHub, Twitter, Facebook. I hope it's called Facebook auth provider. Okay, Twitter one is called Twitter auth provider. Okay, GitHub is called GitHub auth provider. Okay, so what that means is that now we support every, oh yeah, of course it crashed. Can someone guess why it crashed? What did it say? Anonymous error function cause. Okay, anyways, yeah. Okay, so the reason it's crashing is because you have to go and enable the authentication. Before you can use any social plugin, you have to go and do this. Uh-oh, I have to get the Facebook app ID. Wait, please don't say no. Oh no, I have to get the client ID and secret, so that part I have to do off stream. So let me for now just temporarily disable this thing. What did I say? Oh, of course. Okay. And maybe it's better if we have like at least something. What's the name of this thing? Launch weekend. Hackathon. Class name, text, center, text for Excel, font, bold. Maybe that's too big to Excel. Okay. I'm gonna copy this and see where I was using this. Paste that thing there. And let me just copy that thing. So let me open this thing here. Mono app, source, images, Google logo. I will go. Let me create like images. Paste that thing there. Okay. Could not found. Didn't find why. I do have images. I have Google logo SVG. Images. Really? Come on. Come on. Okay, unexpected load or something. Well, at least it's progress. Let's see. What? Oh, I think Next.js import SVG. Can't import SVG, yes. What, really? Okay, that looks easy solution. So let's take the easy one. I guess you can do next images, and then you can create next.config. Next.config.js, and you can copy paste this thing, which will hopefully work. Yarn dev this thing. Come on. Okay. Unexpected token. Hey, look at that. I got the logo. Can we make it more fancy? I mean, how about this? We make this thing totally dark and make everything else white. You know, because we are like a hackathon, so we have to like look fancy. Text gray 100. Yes. 3XL. max width LG. Why does it reload every time? I have a feeling I did something wrong. Export. I think, let's say const login equals that, and then export default login. Yeah, I think first refresh. Yeah. See, the issue was so easily solved because apparently in Next you cannot just export default arrow function. You have to create it and then you have to export it. Otherwise it keeps on refreshing. Okay. And I guess this thing should be more like a link. Can I put this thing in a link? Link href, like that. Okay. Login, sign up, go back. Login, sign up, go back. Nice. Hi, Chandu. How are you? Stress time. Which hackathon is this? This is called the Launch Weekend Hackathon. And in this hackathon, your goal is to build something and release it in public in 48 hours. Yeah. Okay. So now I have two options. One is I can either go and try to get all the logins. So get social login app registration done. Design the DB schema. I think we have done that. Separate login sign up page. We also did that. And then users can create their own projects, which I have to do. So we go, let's push this thing to make it separate login page, DB design, yarn dev. Okay. Now users can create their own page. So how do I do this? Well, let's go back. So if I log in, we need some kind of separate page on projects, right? Let's say there should be like a button here at least. There should be a button, and which should be called view all projects. Href projects. Border round MD, border gray 600, px 4 py 2. You know what? We should make this one gray too. Make everything. Oh yes, nice. And with screen, edge, screen. How about this? Looks better. Maybe. You release within 48 hours. Yes, not after 48 hours. This countdown. So the idea is that you must finish the whatever goal you set and make a public link within this time. Okay, that's it. View all projects, and then let's say hover bg white text gray 900, hover. Okay, looks fine. And I guess hover border is also white. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Flex center my3. It will take you to this project page. Nice. And this goes there. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. And Panda, this question also goes on the FAQ page. Thanks to you, I have some good FAQ questions. Do we release, what is it, within 48 hours or after 48 hours? Within. What else can we do? Oh yeah, view all projects. This is the project page. You know what? What if we make like a PG gray 900 text white. Cool. Edge screen. Nice. And then we just have to go to the projects component, and this one does not have any BG, so let's put BG white. Oh, why? Text gray 100. Wait a minute. No. Text gray this, and text gray 800, or more like 900. It's going to be 600. Cool. Nice. And then projects, hackathon. Oh man, I'm tired. See, even though you get 48 hours to work on something, you probably only have like 12 hours to actually like be productive. Most of the time you'll be sleeping and eating. Okay. Let's do the FAQ because it's kind of easy and I would like to do something less. FAQ. Can I just do like prose on this thing? Text white. Nah, I can't do prose on this thing. Font, medium, text, Excel, to Excel, class name, flex, flex column, items, center. Okay. Let's make it frequently asked questions. And let's make like a variable here called cons FAQs. Oh man. Q test 1 answer 1. Someone on loudspeaker. FAQs.map QA H4 QA.Q P QA.A. What I'm trying to do is to like make a generic Q&A component. Whatever key I. Okay, like that. So then I can just go my to-dos, copy all the Q&A that we have collected so far. Where did it go? Okay. Is this event is this event a monthly thing? Yes, the last weekend of the month. Yes, we start at, how do you say this? Yes, this event occurs. Is that the right way to say this? Occurs on the last weekend of the month. Okay. What else? Is this only to launch a startup? Do I always have to work on a startup? No, you can work on any tech project like open source library, any learning activity, startup idea, proof of concepts, etc. the only requirement is that you must release something in public within 48 hours. Look, it's working. Hey Dane, how are you? What's up? Can I get help if I get stuck? Yes, of course. I took a break and then I was checking your stream out and it ended abruptly. I'm not sure if you, after 5 hours it was just cut off. Did you finish already? If you have any technical question, we can arrange a call, chat, and help you. Oh, okay. I see. Well, we are also just working on the hackathon thing, and so the last 1.5 hours was me talking to myself. Okay, I see. Yeah, we actually bought a domain, this one. It's called launchweekend.dev. If you have any better ideas, let me know. And so this will be like my first project. I'm trying to release it within 1 day and 17 hours left, and there are some other people in the chat who are also working on their own projects, and hopefully we will have some stuff by the end of this time. And yeah, I'm also setting up like a small Next.js project. So this one is like a Next.js, and you can log in with Google, and then you can start creating your own project for this event. So far I've just got this much stuff, and maybe view projects and then a projects page like this. Next.auth, no, what's that? I am just using Firebase Auth. Oh really? Okay. Yeah, we are just using Firebase Auth, a simple one, and we even like connected everything to the button so that we have a lot more provider supported now. So if I go to there, we can have like Google, GitHub, Twitter, and Facebook. I just have to connect all those things. That's pending. Okay. And then yeah, and we also set up some backend Firestore database to kind of collect events and projects. So I'm thinking having this concept of events. So every hackathon, every month is one event, and then as long as the status is active, you can submit a project to it. And in the project, you can say like what you're building, and if you are live streaming, you can say your Twitch URL and like your username or something, and then we can show that like here, all the list. Yeah. Okay. So right now, just putting some FAQs on the page. Let's style this thing. We should put border B, and how about this? We put some space Y8. Maybe that's too much. 5. Okay. py4. Okay, and then border is too strong, so let's set this to slightly lower, maybe 600, 700. Okay. Okay, yep. See you. Have a nice day. Bye bye. What else? Did I finish all the QA, or was I? Do we release, or do we finish the project within, or yeah, do we release the project within 48 hours or after 48 hours? Within. Is this thing only to launch a startup? That's done. If I need help, yes. Does the project need to be 100% complete while releasing? No. What's the idea? The idea is that we should not try to having a polished product is nice, but we should aim for quick and dirty. Nah, you know what? Let's no. As long as it is kind of usable and communicates the message of the product to the user, it's fine. Okay, I think that's enough Q&A. When people get more questions, I will add them here. I think the responsiveness is also crappy, so let's fix that later. px3. Okay. And what else? Is this thing? Okay. And then we can say px3. The h could just be, what is this thing? Text large. And this thing could be slightly offset, right? How about 300? Yep. How about 400? Yeah, 300 was fine. Nah, 400. Okay. Okay. FAQ. And maybe FAQ needs to have a max width because I don't like overly long. Oh, that's too short. Yeah, that looks fine. And the thing is that it will go shrink, and then as you go bigger, it will be like that. We can make it maybe slightly, yeah, you know, it doesn't look that bad. I think when the text is too wide, it's kind of hard to read. Yeah, this is okay. FAQ. Good. And text 3 XL. How about font light? Okay. Nice. And maybe we should have like a MT4 on this thing, or more like MY4. Come on. Really? MY8? Oh, of course, I'm stupid. This thing needs to be MB3. Okay. Looks not bad. And what is this semicolon doing here? Can you see this? This is so weird. Like, why do I have this semicolon on the side? Where is this coming from? Yeah, this thing. What? Index? There's a weird semicolon somewhere, which is driving me crazy right now. What? Maybe it's in the app. Oh yeah. Okay. Is this event a monthly thing? Yes. This event occurs on the last weekend of the month at let's go to index at what is the thing? 1 a.m. UTC. Kind of like that. What to do next? View all. View this current active projects. View active projects. Okay. And then this thing. How about white? Font black. We also need a better font. And now let's slightly focus on responsiveness. We should just fix. So basically this should be more like Excel, SM, and SM text center, and font bold SM font black, kind of like that, to Excel, right? Ending in M/4. Text, how about this? Text large, SM, text to Excel. Item center should be like that, right? And then what else? This same thing here, SM, like that. Leading 5. Oh, that's 2. That's leading 7. Leading 6. Okay. View all projects. Okay, M/8 probably. Font medium. Okay. Okay, it looks fine. Transition, duration 150. Okay, cool. Really nice. And we can work on responsive header, but we need a logo or something for that. Yeah, this header is very giant. Login. PY can be just one. Uno Maestro, wouldn't it be nicer to use some external style sheet? Yeah, but generally, because I'm using Tailwind CSS, and generally this is the workflow that Tailwind CSS has. You just put utility classes on every component directly instead of making style sheets. Yeah. For personally me, I prefer this style because I don't have to define classes and I don't have to switch between style sheets or whatever. Yeah. Text SM and hover PG white, text gray 900, transition duration 150. Whoa. Oh, it should be hover. Text gray. Yeah. Wouldn't this be like that? It doesn't make a difference. Okay. Oh, maybe it's because... Oh, yeah. Of course. I hate this inline versus... PY2. Okay. So yeah, this looks fine. Let's go here and see. Yep, this is also okay. Let's go back and view active projects. Okay, this looks crappy. So, and also I think the header should be always visible. It doesn't have to be here. So let's go to there and go to index, and instead of doing the header thing here, let's put it here. Put that thing there. So the login will always be there. It doesn't matter which page you go. Cool. Nice. And what else can we do? I'm kind of out of ideas right now. The launch weekend hackathon. Maybe this thing should be inside a, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. This should be more like this and ending in like that. And then let's make this thing like uppercase. Tracking wide. And then this could just have like PG white and text gray 900. Nice. And then PX 3 PY1. Cool. How about inline block? That doesn't change anything. That's good. Rounded. Okay. Rounded SM. Cool. And also this countdown thing should be set to null by default so that we can check if the countdown is true. Only then we should have this, so that when you come to the site for the first time, it will show you like this. Cool. Nice. Okay. Nice. Okay. I have said nice too many times, I think. Projects. Okay. You know what? If you look at the overlay on the left side, which is actually deployed on launchweekend.dev, it looks really bare, but we have made so much changes to this thing. So let's push this. Styling stuff. Okay. And when we push it, we can see that it will change. Come on, deployment, build. How is everyone doing in the chat? Anyone stuck at something again? Build. Come on. Keep building. 28 seconds. Okay. And if I refresh this page, so let me refresh the overlay. Okay. Now it's kind of big. So let me yeah, it looks okay. Okay. I'm not even building, I'm calling my inner night owl. Okay. I mean, if you need some ideas of what to build, we can like brainstorm it right now. There are many small projects that people who are just learning to code can do. Yeah, to do apps, making a recipe app. What else? You can make all kinds of stuff. You can make a Twitch overlay if you are interested in that sort of thing. There's so many things. Mesro, for how many years are you programming? I would say about 7 years or something. Yeah, 7. Let's put this thing back. Let's look at our to-do list and hope we did something. User can create their own projects. Uh-oh. Wait. I think there's some, there's some scrolling going on here. And I think that's because of the header. No? Really? Wait for app. Yeah, it doesn't scroll anymore. So I think, I'm pretty sure it's the header. Yep, it still loads. So I think website looks good. Yay, nice. Good. If you have any ideas, I'll be happy to put it in. Why is this scrolling? I see what happened. I think the app edge screen should not be there. It should be min edge screen. Okay. I hate this scroll. Do you see? There's something, there's some padding or something that causes the scrolling. And I don't know what, and that's kind of bugging me out. If I delete this, the scrolling is still there. It is still there. Box model I think is border box. Yeah, it's box, border box. It could be just my browser issue. Anyways, px4 py2 debug. Okay. How about this max width 6XL? Oh, nope. 4XL. I mean, it's definitely the header, right? Because if I remove the header, MX Auto. Because if I remove this, then it goes away. See, no more. But if I put header, debug, flex item center, justify end, remove that, remove that. Oh, I wonder if it's this thing. This has always annoyed me, and I could never really figure out how to solve it. So I'm always trying to put some kind of hack to fix it. But it goes away. See? Width, if you put width full, that's fine. If you put width screen, it's not good. Who knows? I guess maybe body has something on it. Whatever. Fine. It's so weird. Anyways. So I'll fix this and quickly push it again so you guys don't have to fix. Horizontal scroll, git push. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure if you'll refresh it after some time, it will be fixed. Log in. Let's log in. Log in with Google. Okay. Now it says my name and log out. That's good. View active projects. So what I want to do on this page, Panda, you're just coding in JavaScript, right? Yeah. JavaScript. Let's move these things here. We go to projects and let's make this thing slightly pretty. Max with 6XL, MX Auto, put it in the center. Wait a minute. Oh, it's the wrong place. I want to go to the project pages. Class name, Max with 6XL, MX Auto. Put that thing in the center. Good. And then current projects. The same thing here. Instead of doing this, let's make this projects equals to this. Export default projects. Do you see every time? What did I say? Project list. Yeah, and now it will not like full reload every time. I can test. See, the hot reload works now. Okay. And maybe we should put this thing in a div, and then we can put some spacing on it. Space y or you know what, let's put my8 or my4, last name, font bold, text 3XL. That's too big. 2XL. Text center. Okay. Looks nice. And you click on it, it will go there. What we also would like to say is let's have like a button here saying submit or create new or something. So you know what, let's have like a button. Let's wrap this thing in another div, paste this thing there, put the button there, new project plus new project. Let's make the border white, px4, py1, py1, pr4, pl3. Okay, that looks good. Rounded, sm, slightly rounded. You know, what else? And then when you click this button, we will do something. It should take you to the create page. So then it's technically not a button, it's actually an A tag. Link. Right. href. Projects. Create. We do barely see the button. Wait. Oh, you mean this one? Is this so hard to see? Maybe I can make it more obvious. Cool. Please don't tell me that the button is also inline block. It's probably letting none, I think. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, one kind of disadvantage of using Tailwind CSS is that people who are watching the stream have no idea what happened. I'm sure people who know how to use Tailwind know, but it's a bit confusing for stream watchers to see, oh, what happened, what just happened, but actually a lot happened, right? I was able to style all this with just using this kind of classes. So hover bg white, hover text gray 900, transition duration 150. All I'm doing is to give it some nice touch, and it goes to this page, which is not available. So let's create it. Let's copy this thing, create a new page called create.js, paste that thing there. You don't need that. Create project. How's the framework called? The CSS? Tailwind CSS. You can go to Tailwind CSS. It is, I like this one. I like this because it is quite easy to use, and it has quite rapid prototyping abilities. Compared to Bootstrap, is it easier, more lightweight? Well, in terms of lightweight, I'm not sure. I have used Bootstrap a while back. It's kind of similar, but it's also not exactly same. In Bootstrap, you have a lot of more components, and you can just use the component directly. In Tailwind CSS, you don't have any components. So for people who prefer to use pre-built components, it would be more difficult. But for me, because I'm working on a separate startup, it's called Mono.fm, and a lot of these components were very custom based on my design. So I kind of found that Tailwind was really good fit for that kind of thing, because we don't need any components. We can just build it on our own. So yeah, for this kind of thing, I found that Tailwind was much easier to use for me. So I just used that. Okay, so looks like this is good. Let's just say projects, back to projects. Oh no. Can I do this? Back to projects. And you don't need border. Actually, we do need border, but we need bottom border, and border should be gray 600, hover border gray 200. Yep. Okay, and it will take you back to this project page. Cool, nice. So let's start building the form. Create a new project. Okay, looks fine. And let's make this thing a form. So my goal here is to make like a form where you can create like a name. What's the project name? Are you streaming live? And that's it. If I look at my database, I think that's all the stuff I need. Yeah, I need the event ID, but I can set it myself. Maybe some description could be nice. So yeah, let's do that. How about this? Field set, label. What is this thing called? Project name, input, placeholder, project name, kind of like this. What else? Description, yes. So let's remove field set for now. I don't need that. Let's put like a section. I feel section. Description. This will be type text. No, what's the input called for long text? Oh, it's called text area, right? Not input. Text area. Okay, and then maybe, are you streaming live? And this will be more like checkbox, like that. And I can fix the styling later, but let's try to put form input. That's also a pre-built class in Tailwind. Am I zoomed in? No. Okay. Let's make this thing flex column. Oh boy, that's huge. Max width SM, MX auto. Cool. And then we can make this MY1. copy the style from other ones too. Just copy pasting. And text area needs to have the class form text area. Cool. And this one is going to have class name for my1. The same thing here. Are you streaming live? Okay, this one doesn't need to be a flex column, I think. Are you streaming live? That's good. Class name mr1. Okay. And w3. Oh no, form. This should be called form checkbox. Checkbox. No, that's very nasty. Okay. Width 4, h4. How about h5 with 5? Okay, that looks better. Flex items center. Cool. And maybe we should have like a, how is it, MT2? We should have some space between each of these things. Okay, create a new project. Looks fine. The color for this thing can be slightly lower. We don't want this to be so. Okay, so create a new project. You give your project name, a description maybe, and this thing, you know what, SM, I think slightly bigger could be fine, right? That's too big. 32. Does it need author name or contact? Yes, but we are logged in, right? So we can use the current logged in user's name. Yeah. Are you streaming live? And also one thing is that if you check this box, then we will kind of give you another link, like give me a Twitch URL or something like that, right? Or this should be more like that. Project name, live stream link, twitch.tv/yourstream, whatever. That should be fine. The only thing is that we should not show this button if you are not streaming live. So streaming live and kind of like that. And let's create like a variable called streaming live, set streaming live false, right? And the value for this checkbox checked will be streaming live, right? So yeah, and then because it's set to false, it's not showing up, but let me set it to true and it shows up, right? And then we can even say on change, I think, set streaming live to e.target.checked. I believe that's the right way to do things. Yep. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, slowly coming up, and maybe at the end we should have like a button, button, which is called create. Oh my god, why did it go so far? That's so weird, because this thing should not be that big. Oh, it's actually pretty big. Yeah, that is way too big. So let's reduce the size to, let's say, 3XL. Yeah. And then the button could just be a px4 py2 bg white text gray 100. Oh no, text gray 900, text sm font bold or font medium, or maybe let's make it like slightly wide. Yes. Or you know what? How about this? We should make it full, but we should be kind of make it within the div, so that the div will handle the width. So I think this one is max width MD. So let's put max width MD on this thing. Oh, class name max width MD MX auto, and it kind of slides down. That's good. And how about MT2? Good. Maybe MT4. Nice. Shall I make the color? Okay. Yeah. And when you hover on it, we can set the BG to gray, BG gray 100, hover text white. No, that looks crappy. That looks very, very, very bad. How about gray 700? Or you know what? Let's make this thing like a gray 700. Like that. And then when you hover on it, we can make this thing white. Text black. Yep. Kind of like that. I like that. Okay. Create. And maybe we will set the transition to kind of be slow. 150. So, Uno Maestro, if you're still there, are you also a programmer? Kind of like that. Good. And maybe we can put rounded SM on this. Okay. py3. Cool. Create. Okay. Are you streaming live? Then you do that. You put your stream URL there. Okay. Okay. And I still need const handle change description, set description true, becomes like that, and then we can say handle, this should be more like this, handle description change, set description e dot target dot value, right? And then we can say on change handle description change. Cool, nice. And this one is going to be class, oh no, on change, handle name change. Although I can like create like a generic function, I would like to keep it separate. Set name, name, name. So then we need a name here. HTML for name. Okay, just keep going. Description, description, name, stream link, name, stream link. Cool, nice. So I think now I can change stuff. Oh, I still can't change stuff. Why? Oh yeah, of course. Value needs to be description. Name. Stream link. Stream link. Set stream link. Cool. Can I change things now? I still can't change. Oh, I can. The name is, oh man, text gray 900. Are you streaming live? Whatever. Form input. Okay. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Cool. Oh, this I can't change. Why not? I guess you have to do this. Handle stream link change. Handle stream link change. Set. Okay. I have jammed in crazy amount of code, but it doesn't seem to be okay. Although technically this should be a link, so maybe we can make this thing value. This can be type URL. But what I have found that this type URL is kind of weird. It doesn't. Yeah, so it will prevent me from doing this kind of stupid thing. Okay, back to projects, current projects. Nice. And then create a new project. Project name, description. Are you streaming live? No. Create. Okay. Now we have to like create the actual thing. And I was thinking, you know what? Let's create like a db.js. Import Firebase from Firebase. And then we can say export const create project data and pending, right? But the point is that this can be async and we can do stuff within it. So here I can import that thing, import db from more like lib db, and then you can say const submit handle submit e dot prevent default. Tailwind looks interesting. It is good. It lets me prototype really fast. db.create project, and you pass in the data, which is name, description, stream link is streaming live, and what else? That is about it. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. You have to put the user info, but we don't have the user info here, but we can get it somewhere else. Okay. What to do? Let's do this. Export default this. Kind of like that. Module not found. What are you talking about? I have Firebase.js, really? Oh, of course. I'm weird. Okay. So then you can call it and we can do that. And maybe we should try and await this thing. If catch, if there's an error, let's handle something to do, handle error. Await, you put await here, so you have to put async there. Okay. Now at least I can call this thing. Oh wait, I did not connect it. Of course I did not connect it. Button. Button is by default type submit. So on the form we can say on submit handle submit, like that. So then when you click it, it will just call this thing. But right now it's not doing anything. We have to do that. So what we can do here is we can say const response equals await firebase.firestore dot collections projects dot add, and you add the data. Oh, yep, and then you return the response, basically. So this is all we have to do to create the project. But because we have set up some security rules, if I try to do it right now, it will fail. And let's say if it fails, we can set some kind of error here. So let's say error, set error, and this can be null for now, right? But if there is an error, then we want to show it somewhere here. So if there is an error, then we do this, and instead of that, let's put like a error, whatever, right? And let me just do this true. Okay, let's style this. BG red 100, or that doesn't look like an error. It looks like a, yeah, that looks more like an error. Text SM, text center. Okay, py1 and px4, px2, leading, you should leave leading. Okay, I think that's fine. And then we can just put the error here, kind of like that, right? So if there is an error, then we should just say set error to error.message, and before we try, we should set error to null, kind of like that. So if you try now, you get the error. Okay. Why? Why did that happen? Why is this thing overflowing? Isn't this weird? Because this is a paragraph, I expect this to wrap. Why is this not wrapping? I don't know. Anyways, let's go to Firebase. No, I mean DB. And then I think the problem here is that collection.add. Right. And also one thing we can do is we can set loading, right? Set loading false. Is there no empty space to wrap? How can we have that? Like, because I'm thinking the height can expand, right? Oh, really? Yeah. So basically, if the string is just one giant thing, it will not wrap. That. Okay, maybe. I see. Thanks. Let me. Okay. At least now we have some error. That is not that error. Rounded SM. Is it just me or this font medium? This text is kind of hard to read. Okay. So yeah, like that. And then, okay. So the reason it's missing or insufficient permission is because in the security rules of Firebase, we set that if in order to create a project, you must pass the user ID, and also the user ID and the event ID. These two things are required. So for now, because I'm lazy, let's hard code the event ID. The event ID would be this one. Because what we ideally want people to do is to automatically find the event of this month and then use that. And for the user ID, I would say const user equals firebase.auth.current user. Can I print current user.uid? And then this will be user ID, user.uid. Okay. So let's see. Judgment test project test. No, I'm not streaming live. and nothing happened. Hey, look at that. We have reached the database, which is good. But although victory, yes. Although I was hoping to kind of navigate. Okay, I did not set any navigation thing, and that's why ideally we should kind of load and then go back to project list, and then it will, oh my god, it looks like that. And the reason it's not showing up, okay, but at least we can like do some basic things here. So two things I want to do, and after that I want to take a break. One is that let's put some kind of spinner here to make sure that it shows that you're loading. And second is that when you finish loading, we should go back to the, should we go back to the project page, or I think we should go to the project detail page, right? So let's do that. And the way I do the spinner generally is that I make this thing like a flex container, and then I have this in the Mono app. Maybe I'll just copy. Oh, you know what? I do have spin on this thing. Let me check my styles. Yeah, I do have spin, so I can use that. No, not this one. Source. Nope. Dot. Mono app source components spinner. Yeah, I have this weird tiny spinner, which I am just so lazy that I'm gonna copy this whole thing and put it somewhere in my component create. Let's just put it right there. Okay. And what this does is basically it has two SVG path, and it will just keep putting the spin animation on each one of them, which kind of looks like a spinner. So let's put spinner. Let's rename this thing to spinner. Yeah, it will kind of look like that. And so at the end, I guess we can just do this. So if you are loading, then you show the spinner. Otherwise, you just say create project. And you don't need the spinner. Yep. And if I set the loading to true, then it will be like that. And I think that's too big, so let's make it smaller. How about 6 and 6? Okay. I don't like that the height increases. That's too big, 12. Okay. Yep, that looks good. Okay, so when we are about to handle, we should say set loading to true. And finally, is this how we do finally? We should say set loading to false. Right? But after this, if const response equals that, basically we should get the new project, right? And if the project has the ID, then we should navigate to that. So how do I navigate in Next? And I think we do it using, I did it somewhere. I forget very easily what I did. So we copy that, paste it there, and then we will do push. No, okay. So then if you have the correct project, then you can just do router.push projects project.id, and that would work. Am I doing something wrong? Maybe. Okay, one thing we have to check is that this thing. So what does this thing return? Let me print. So let's see if new project, whatever, description. No, I'm not streaming live. And spinner. So okay, so everything happened very quickly, but seems like we are able to go there, and we don't have any home button. So yeah, now we have this whatever project, and looks like we got it. So that is good. We can remove that, and this thing, let's make a to do that hard coded. Oh boy, okay. If I write any more code, I think my brain's gonna explode. I think I should take a break. I still have about, how much time do I have left? Come on. Hey, Cringe Guy. You have a funny name. Cringe. Yeah, so I had 48 hours, and out of that I have spent the past 8 hours building the basic layout. It's a foreign name. Yeah, absolutely, yes. So yeah, so anyone who's new here, welcome. We are building a hackathon website, and this is our first hackathon of the month, and every month I'm planning to have more hackathons like these. And you can actually go to this website, launchweekend.dev, and read more about it. If you are interested in this kind of thing, you should build your own project and release it. So that's the goal of this hackathon, is that you pick a project and you work on it and you release it in public within 48 hours. So for my personal project, this website itself is my first project, and I'm working on it. And in the last 8 hours, we have set up this basic website. You can like go and check out the active projects, and you can click on each project and see the details of this project. It's pending. But yeah, like you can log in with Google or whatever, and you can do all kinds of stuff. So I'm gonna take a break now, and let's push this so that other people can also stuff. And user can create their own project. That we have done. Okay, this is also done. FAQ list we also finished. So maybe I'll take like a one hour break, and then when I come back, then we have to re-evaluate what kind of things we have to finish for this. And let me log in with Google. Cool. Okay, Come on. Oh, I stopped the server, so it's stopped. Anyways, but when I come back, I will continue working on this. Okay, back to work. While I am here, let me fix something. Okay. So you have this launch weekend. That looks fine. In the to-dos app, timer hidden on load, fix it. What else? I was thinking about a few things that we can do, and one of them I noted down on my notepad. Yeah, so one of them was comment system for people to give feedback, right, and have a discussion. That could be nice. And in the header, maybe we can have like my projects and also new project, kind of like that. And also what else? Maybe some kind of filter option where view or sort or filter, basically filter by currently live streaming, like that, and upcoming schedules. I can like have a section on the side which will be like upcoming schedules. What else? About us page kind of thing. About us page where I can like put some Twitch links, Twitch, Twitter, other social stuff, and notification system for users. Notification system for users, like for comments, likes system for projects, right? And what else? Can upload. And then last one is can upload images in description, right? Hey, I'm Crafty. Thought I was gonna miss the stream, unsure of the time zone, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, so I actually started the hackathon this morning. I mean, this morning for Japan. Like, where's the thing? So yeah, I started about 10 hours ago, and I've been working on this project, and then my goal is to finish it within 1 day and 13 hours. So I'm kind of halfway done. Did you have work today or something? Well, okay, we can go. Yeah, so the project is that as I was talking about the hackathon, right? So my first project for this hackathon is this hackathon's website itself. And so I bought this domain today. It's called launchweekend.dev. And I'm trying to name it like launch weekend because it's every end of the month. The last weekend, it's the launch weekend. So you work on a project for about 48 hours and then you release it. So this project is my
kind of hackathon project, and my goal is to finish it within this 48 hours. So far, I set up this kind of Next.js project, and I connected it with the domain, so it's working fine. And this maybe the GitHub link, if you need, is this one. The code is open, so you can see that. And yeah, so in this website you can like log in and stuff, and there are like many other active projects, so you can click and you can see the list of them, and maybe you can click each one of them. And this is not complete yet, but I'm planning to do that. And also, like, you can log in, you can click this and like click the login button and then log in with Google and Facebook and Twitter and stuff. I like those commit messages. Oh, I forgot to see my commit messages. What are these? Yeah, stuff and more stuff. Have you seen Hackerstash? No. Let me check. Community-led microfinance. Whoa. Is that like a Kickstarter for developers? Community-led microfinance for hackers and entrepreneurs. Okay, so it's more like they support you with funds. Oh, okay, nice. Looks good. It's like competition. Okay, so whoever wins gets some. Oh, they're launching in September. Okay. Wow, they're not launched yet. How do you know about them? Transparent rules. Monthly prizes. Connect with others. Okay. Wow, so people pay per month, and then the winner gets the money. Wow, okay. I hope they kind of figure out a good way to prevent cheating. Yeah. But yeah, thanks. I think few things are common. Like what I would like in my like launch weekend dev is that one is validating your idea, because I want people to create some kind of prototype of a startup or any idea basically, and then people can comment and give them feedback. So that could be one option. And also connecting with others is important. And maybe something that's not inside, but what I want to do with this thing is to kind of give people this push to force them to finish something within 48 hours. I feel like the biggest challenge in starting any project is to do the first public release. And I think if I can do that, that's great. Indie hackers, okay, so they're active. Well, let's get started with the work, and I will start the dev server. And okay, so I have to pick some good time, some way to do this. I think better countdown is something I'm waiting for. Although I'm showing it like this, I would prefer to show it in a more fancy way, but I don't really have a good countdown UI design. I don't have a good idea of... Yeah, this could be something nice, like 21 days, 4 hours left or something like that. But I'm kind of lazy to do that. Okay, let's do this one. So timer is hidden and load, which is if I load this page, you can see it's hidden and then it comes up. And that, I think it's because I made a mistake in the index timer.
Will there be some sort of incentive? How do you plan on motivating people to complete it within the time? I have not thought about it yet, but one thing I'm trying to do is this is not like some professional competition. So one way we can try to motivate is actually help them, right? There are many experienced developers in the chat, and I'm trying to connect with other people who are willing to help someone. And I'm planning to like, I'm open for having like calls or like a discussion session with anyone who's inside the project. So let's say if you are working on something and you get stuck, or if you want design help or like discussing the system design or something like that. So we are thinking of having some kind of phone call session where you can come and we can have like 10-15 minute call, and then we can sort out some issues. So maybe that would be like some motivation that yes, it is possible for me, so I can do it. Yeah. And in terms of incentive, there isn't much, but like the best incentive for releasing something yourself is the confidence boost that you actually get. So I have found that in the past, when I didn't finish anything, I was always confused about my own skills. But when you start to release something, you gain this kind of weird confidence. You're like, yeah, I can do anything. So I feel like that will be an incentive itself. On the other hand, of course, connecting with more people, and then you're getting feedback on your real project by other people who have also contributed to their project. That could be one incentive. And also, last thing is that you, when you release something, even if it's a small project, you can still put it on your portfolio, which can help people in their like job hunting or something. So yeah, that could be nice. One thing I personally look for is like a community where I can share updated and perhaps have a stand-up to feel accountable. Perhaps have a stand-up to share updates and perhaps yeah. So what? Yeah, that's a good point. I would say to do this. So what I'm trying to have in my image here is that we will have this profile, right? Like this is my profile, and inside this I can create a new project. And then when I create a project, I should be able to like post updates. That could be possible. Like I create this main page and then I keep posting updates, and then for someone who's interested in this can subscribe to this maybe, and then I'll give them some bell notification here, so that it's not just for that 48 hours, but once you release something, you can still continue working on it, because I would want people to come up with some startup idea, and who knows, someone build some awesome company. Perhaps it'll ask you to give an update on the project. X hours. Okay, but then what if someone does not give an update? What happens? Will they be like kicked out of the competition or something? Okay. So make timer. Const duration and return format duration. So then I can remove that. I can say make timer. Basically this, make timer, and then make timer, kind of like that. Perhaps depending on how serious it should be, would be kind of fun though. Yeah, I mean, so far I'm just trying to be annoying on Twitch chat, and I'm trying to force everyone to give me updates like, hey dude, what did you do, or something like that. So maybe I can replace my annoyingness with some technology, like constantly poking someone with notification like, did you do it? yeah, then you're also forced to make progress because you don't want to make an update where you don't show any progress. True, true. Okay. I believe I fixed this. And even if I refresh, the timer doesn't go away. That's good. Let's make this thing slightly less ugly. This timer thing can be rounded LG. How about this? Or MD. And PX6, PY2. Okay, PY3. Okay. And so what are you up to today? My problem with my own product at the moment is that the MVP that I have in mind is for it to be customer ready. That I can onboard customer. So your problem is that the MVP that I have in mind is for to be customer ready. I mean, yeah, I mean, of course, there are many products out there which just cannot be finished. But I would still say that I would say 90% of the people who have an idea can always take some steps, right? Of course, you won't be able to finish the whole thing, but you can definitely make something in 48 hours that can send the general message across, right? Um, like when I was starting this thing, Mono. So the general idea behind this thing is that you can create a podcast, and even though the backend system is really complex, I still made like within almost 48 hours, over the weekend, 3 days, I made a really shitty basic version that would only let people log in and then put their show name and then just say, congratulations, you have a show now. And they were not even able to upload any episodes, anything. So it was super crappy. But it still was like, it would send the general idea across saying that, hey, yeah, you can create a podcast with this thing. Of course, it didn't work at all. But I still feel like even if you cannot finish everything, because I'm pretty sure what your image of your product is very perfect, right? You always think like it should be beautiful and awesome. But if you really try hard, you can strip down all the features, and then you can always have that just one core feature that can, send the message. So you know what I mean? That if you can like focus on that first, that could actually like help you make it faster. So yeah, that I would say that if you have a couple of days, you should focus on just that one feature. Right. For Mono, my one feature was to generate the feed. So if you create the show, oh, yeah. So in this case, let me show you. So when you create the show, all this is fancy now, but at that time it was just a form. And back then, the only feature that you had was that when you put the title in and you click submit, you get this RSS feed, which is actually the most important thing in a podcast, right? And that feed did not had all these things. It only had like title and maybe I think a description and just the URL. That's it. Nothing else. And it's not that difficult to do this in 48 hours, right? So that's what I did in the beginning. And that was good enough for me to validate that yes, I can do it. Not for the customer. Yeah, maybe that customer would never buy your service, but it was good enough for me to know that yes, if I can just do this much, I can definitely roll it down and push it even further. So I'm pretty sure you can finish something in 2-3 days. Okay, count down. want black. Oh no, that's too big. Launch weekend. I feel like I should have some projects here, but before that, current timer hidden load, that's fine. Yeah, header should be fixed now. So let's fix the header. I think the header is very basic right now. So let's fix that. First of all, if you're logged in, I should be able to say my projects. Yeah, for sure. I know I can develop it, but I want the MVP to be ready for me to begin approaching business. But it's still not a lot of features, but I do need to handle the most common use case. Yeah, I mean, at least in my case, my MVP, I mean, I have made the full product right now, and I still have difficulty selling it to the customers, right? So I would say don't expect that your MVP would be so great that customers would just buy it. Usually it's much harder to sell to customers. So your MVP would definitely not sell as it is. So don't try to force yourself to make it so perfect that it's not MVP anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, MVP can be so basic and so crappy that you have to like spend 5 minutes explaining what it actually does, and only your friends and family can use it. But that's what MVP is about, right? It's not about a features and polished product. It's just about getting the idea across. Let's go to header, and this header has some stuff. First of all, we need, how about justify between, and we will have like the left side, right? Okay, so this left side needs to have a logo, and I believe I don't have a logo right now, but there is this Vercel SVG which I can use. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Go have a nice productive time. What I really want inside this is basically, how can I say this? It should be more like a link, href, and then link, and then and then let's say launch weekend. Makes it slightly less lonely. Okay, I'm there for you, don't worry. If you want, we could even have a call later to talk about our progress, whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you know, one of my goal with this whole Twitch thing was to connect with more people, and I actually found one streamer. I'm not sure if you know, but Clark from Unspecified Software, he's also building a startup called that.us, and he's making this virtual conference thing, which I wanted to try. So if you have time, maybe we can try to have like a call on that.us. And I even set up this kind of session. So I think in this thing you have this concept of session, which is like a room, and then inside this room you can create a new session or whatever, and then here you can have a call. So basically inside this you can have a call. So when you're free, just give me a shout out and we can like try this. If you are okay with that, we can like have a call here. Let me know. Okay. So launch weekend, that's great. And then let's make this slightly fancy. Class name, hover, PG white, hover, text gray 900, PX 3, PY1, Come on. Yep, like that. And I'm pretty sure it's because it's inline block that yep, it was that. And then we can have like rounded MD. By the way, I'm quite curious, what are you doing in Tokyo? Are you working there or studying? Yeah, I'm working. I'm originally from India, and I came here about 6 years ago. Yeah, I basically graduated from my college in India, and then I got a job in Tokyo. So I just, hopped on the plane and came here. And 6 years later, this month, I left my job to start my own startup. So now I'm kind of unemployed. And from now on, I'm just working full-time on my startup. Yeah, so that's it. I'm just living here. I was working until last month, since now I'm just a freelancer and startup guy. Okay. Font semi-bold. Is it semi-bold? Font bold. That's too big. Semi-bold. Okay. And if I do that, that looks great. I guess we don't need this. Launch weekend, that's good too. How about this? Launch weekend. Okay. Okay. And we should have this feature in the header. Const. Basically, we should say how can I do this? What I really want to do is class name. I want to hide this logo if you are, if you're on the home page, you want to hide that logo because you have the logo right there. So maybe if say props.hide logo, then you have some classes in it. If we say hide logo, then we say opacity 0, pointer events none, and that could be fine. So that's the problem. You know what, let's not hide it. Let's just keep it there. It's not that, it doesn't hurt anybody. Really, I've heard that it's quite difficult to land a job in Tokyo. How's the visa situation now when you're working on your own startup? So I'm not really sure if it's difficult or not. I mean, maybe what's difficult is the language barrier, because if you want to work in Japan, you need to have some sense of Japanese language. And I think I just got lucky because I was in IIT Bombay, and they have a really big employment campus recruitment stuff. So a lot of Japanese companies come there, and I just happened to got this job. And I would say most of my classmates and everyone else back then was thinking of going to the West, and maybe US or UK. And I got the job here, so I was like, you know what, let's go east. Let's try out east, and then I just ended up here. And for the visa situation, I had like a long-term 5-year visa, engineer visa, but I'm also married to a Japanese girl, so I now have like a spouse visa thing. And once you have the spouse visa, you don't need to have a job to be, a resident of this country. So now, because I'm a spouse visa holder, I can just do anything I want. So yeah. From now on, I'm thinking like maybe I'll do startup, but also on the side I'll do freelancing work or something like that. So that's definitely possible in a spouse visa. Or maybe I can do this. You know what? No, not this. Use router. Copy that, paste that, copy that, paste that there. And what I can do here, let's print. Let's just print the router because I'm pretty sure they have this thing where you can get the name. Yeah, path name. I think it's called path name. And if I go to, let's say, this one, this will print projects. Okay, so that's what I want, right? We should say basically this. If router.pathname equals to this, then you do that, otherwise you do that. And then here I can say opacity 0, pointer events none, pointer events none. Yeah. All right, that's awesome. How are you liking Tokyo? I assume you like it since you decided to marry someone there. Yeah, I mean, Tokyo is awesome. Japan is really awesome. I always feel like Japan is one of those, countries which is really good to live in, but many people don't realize that because the language barrier is the language and the culture is so different compared to what we are used to seeing, especially in the West, the US, UK, and even in India. Everyone is so focused towards the West that no one really experiences Japan. But I have lived here and I think it's pretty awesome. Like the expense, it's not as expensive as Silicon Valley, and the crime is really low, so it's super safe to live here. And the salaries are also pretty good compared to, like, based on the expense. So the standard of living and everything is really great here. People are nice, everyone is polite, so it's more peaceful kind of life. And thankfully, I don't know, we just got lucky that the coronavirus situation is not that bad in Japan. I don't know why. Maybe it's because people have this culture of wearing masks, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I really love Japan. It's beautiful. There are so many things to see, and I'm also used to the food now, so everything is, fine. So I'm like kind of settled here. I am not moving anymore. Maybe, as I said, if my wife kicks me out of the house, then I'm going somewhere else. Hey Panda, welcome back. I traveled to Japan last few years. I like it there. Okay. Where did you go? Osaka and Tokyo. Okay. Actually, I've never been to Osaka. I want to go there. I just, maybe a few weeks back, I went to Kyoto. It was really beautiful. Awesome place. And by the way, I went there just for Universal Studio. Okay. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I'd love to live in Japan, but it's quite difficult for me with the visa situation. I'm self-taught, so I don't hold a degree, and otherwise you need like 10 years experience, I think. You don't need 10 years of experience. Like, it depends on what you are trying to do. The easiest way to enter Japan is either you want to learn Japanese, so there are many Japanese schools which can give you visa, right? Student visa. And that student visa allows you to do some work on the side. The second approach is to become an English teacher, which is like you can get the English visa and teach English. And also in that visa, you're not allowed to do engineering, but if you can get a job here, you can switch your visa while you're here. So that's also possible. And if you are especially looking for like engineering jobs, then it's, yeah, as you say, it's a bit tricky because you need to know some Japanese to be able to even talk to someone, right? Yeah. Actually, I mean, yeah, native. Yeah, I mean, if you that doesn't mean that you must be from a English speaking, super awesome English speaking country. Like I've seen many Indian people teaching English who are not India. Although we can speak English, I don't think that's native Indian. And many other countries, people also teach English, even though they are not considered like native English or anything like that. Yeah, but I'm assuming you are looking for a dev technical job, right? So yeah, but it's definitely not 10 years of experience. Many of my colleagues were hired from these so-called employment campus. What is this thing called in English? It's like in Japanese it's called shukatsu or something like that, where you have these small events somewhere around the globe, and many Japanese companies go there and they're just looking around randomly and they have an interview. Yeah, kind of, yeah, exactly, career fair. So they have these, I don't know, I had many colleagues who were like from these career fairs. Yeah. I mean, if you're self-employed and just study, that could be one option. But remember that if you're studying here, there are some restrictions on the kind of work you can do. So yeah, it would be temporary in that case. And you have to get permission to do the work. But I would say keep an eye out on the Japanese visa thing, because these days there's a very high demand of people in Japan, because Japan does not have enough kind of people to work. So Japan government recently passed some kind of bill to quickly get as many foreign people as possible, because there aren't enough people to work. So if you can like find that kind of opportunity, I'm sure there's some space, some scope for that. Yeah. I'm from Sweden, though. I've heard that we have good relation with Japan. Well, then, awesome. I'm from India, and it sucks. Even though Japan has good relation with India, I still have to apply for a visa to, travel between India and Japan. Although now I'm fine because I live here, but man, come on. People should not have to, register so much stuff to get visa and stuff. But yeah. Of course, absolutely. How's your quarantine situation going on? I heard that you guys were like, nope, no lockdown, right? Yeah, the whole world is like, oh, we should lock down, and Sweden are like, nope, sorry, no lockdown, we're fine. See, it's so strange. You only can say your country have good relation if you travel to the country without visa. Exactly. Yeah. By the way, Panda, I am Crafty here was also suggesting that we can have like a call or something. So if you're interested, we can hop on a conference call and then discuss our problems and stuff. Okay, where was I? Projects. Yeah. Why? Can we not say it's a conference call? Why not? What's wrong with conference call? What did I say? You can travel to Japan without visa. That is awesome. Yeah, it's a fun call, It's a call to make connections. Yeah, hack a call, hackathon call. I'm not working with Panda. Um, I was just annoying him and trying to say, hey, you should make something in 48 hours. And I've been saying this to every person in the chat. So, yeah. Because I heard that Panda was also saying that he was making something. So I thought, if you have any problem or something, we can hop on a call and like see what you're building and what kind of things we can help. Okay. So this is gone. That's good. Let's keep going. Header should have my projects and new projects. Let's go. If you have the user, then so I think we can have link. For some reason my autocomplete has completely died. Oh no, it works. Okay. My projects, and then maybe I can say new project. Oh, you. Okay. I thought you were asking me. I have yet to start my timer. Okay. Curious what development you do. ROR? What's that? A Ruby on Rails. Okay. Cool. This should be more like my projects, and this one will be projects create, right? Dying language. No, nothing dies these days. Nothing dies. Once people have created a language and a few frameworks to go with, then nothing